मात्र जोड़ करके वहाँ तो जैसे भी
The Supreme Court will hear today the petitions seeking
होता check.
With your permission, there's an item 37 already on today's cause list. My SLP is against the same impugned order. It's been filed. So may I just request it be brought along, the papers be called for?
Verified.
It's been verified. It's been verified.
Lord,
We'll just give the details.
My Lord, I have circulated a mail, my Lord. Earlier, I have circulated twice. My Lordship said it will be listed. But the problem is, my Lord, it is a three-judge bench matter. So registry says unless it is assigned, my Lord, it is an old appeal. IA in an old appeal.
I'll take a
Medical admission in Chandigarh, my Lord.
Lordship, one read petition is pending before since 25 June. Lordship's already service and approved, but this matter is related to the Neet and filed by the Congress party spokesperson. Till today's did not listed. Lordship, say I am requesting. Please, Lordship.
Well, in this matter, the petitioner is likely to be
wanted to
terminated.
circulate emails. We want to start with the need.
But I've circulated this in the mentioning, but because this is a service matter, they are saying this is not in the urgency category. Therefore, I'll have to mention before my lords.
Of your man being dead. Malis, can I mention your lordships has already passed an order?
Already been issued. Directions have already been issued. Just go and check. You'll find the date also. I've given the date. It says.
Lords, with your lordship.
But your lordship has already directed.
This item was listed as serial number 19 on Friday. Your lordship directed issuance of notice. My only request is it should be tagged with the other gaming matters which are coming on 31st. The
See now. Just
number, SLP number, only limited direction. Lordship has already issued notice.
Lord,
Lord,
with
your
your
lordship
lordship
has
permission,
directed
we
to be
mention.
Malis, I am mentioning a matter, Malis. Your lordship has already directed it to be listed on 23rd. But your lordship's direction was, Malis, after the list had been issued. So if it can come on Friday or Thursday or something, Malis, your lordship already directed.
matter.
Lords-
Circulate emails. I'll see it.
Lords, with
Lord,
your
Just
lordship
Malis,
permission, Lords.
email is circulated.
Need matter. Yes, Mr. Huda. I do.
Lords,
With
we
your lordship's
circulated
most
the letter,
gracious
my lords.
permission, man.
So,
My lord, I mentioned, my lord, I sent the email twice, my lord. My lord, maybe listen for tomorrow.
my lords,
Tomorrow,
Already passed order. He says the orders have
my
been
orders has not come to the registry, my lord.
All
There's
right,
some
it's already
technical
been done.
difficulty.
How can
Your
it not
lordship
be
may.
at the registry? I pass it in his presence.
Your lordship may
may
keep it for
mention the
tomorrow.
matter, my lords, which I had mentioned on the
I'm
8th
seeking
of
time, my lord. I'm seeking
July, my
time
lords.
to file a written note in the child marriage matter. Your lordships gave us time. Way forward, we want to take file in 2 weeks, my lords.
Not
Would-
2 weeks.
My lords, for way forward, it was not in the affidavit. Give us 10 days at least, my lords.
Right. By next weekend.
Next week, next Friday, we'll file.
My lord,
Commission,
connected
my lords, I
matter is
mentioned
already
this
on
matter
board.
8th of July, my lords, your lordships were directed to be listed on the 15th. It was not listed then. I mentioned it at least 3 times, my lords. It was listed on 22nd.
What is the matter about?
My lords, it's a Section 8 petition which was allowed by the trial court. The High Court has set it aside, my lords. Now they're insisting on us to file a written statement.
Thursday. I've already issued directions in your.
My lords, the dates have come. We've even asked for not the date to be deleted. It again gets deleted, my lords.
Come up on Wednesday or Thursday. What can I do?
Please, my lords,
My lord, this is the connected matter is already on board today. It's the matter relating to the Kanwar Yatra.
Well,
The Kanwar Yatra and
just directed that all matter. There are 2 matters. They are going before.
I'm
CH
obliged.
law.
I'm obliged.
Before sitting, I've.
I'm very obliged.
Item 1, my lord. Lordship's permission, I'm mentioning the thing, my lord. Lord, lordship last date of hearing, my lord. Lordship has to pass city and state-wise marks, my lord.
Who are you appearing for?
Lord, in that,
It's a partner. Are you on your legs? Who's on his legs right now?
Lord, only one thing I.
Allow the lawyer who's on his legs to argue. Don't just jump. Otherwise, 20 lawyers will jump. Let there be some order. Mr. Huda is in charge. He will continue arguing.
My marks are changing, my lord. Therefore I'm-
That's all right. The mark may change. Anything may happen, but we will follow our own order here.
Please, my lord.
When your turn comes, you can
Please.
point out everything. Not like this.
Lord, may it please your lordships. Lord, at the outset, I just need 15 minutes, my lord, and they may not respond to my every point I raise or every sentence. Just 15 minutes so that I first sum up and my lord then elaborate.
Before my friend proceed, allow me to intervene for 10 minutes. That will have a different course of direction.
Don't intervene right now. Let him argue.
All right, please.
May it please, Lordship. Lord, I was saying, just 15 minutes, the Union of India may not respond sentence-wise, point-wise. Just give me 15 minutes so that I first wrap it up quickly, my lord. Now, my lord, in deference to my lord's direction, they have published the result. In the order, my lord said that the roll number may be edited, may be concealed, masked. Rest entire data should be given. They have not given all India rank of all the students. All India rank would not have disclosed identity, 1. 2, they have not given the seriatim because, my lord, of the examination center. We would have been able to find out from one room how many plus 700, how many?
They've given center-wise and
They have given
city-wise.
center-wise, city-wise. They have not given, because that was a seriatim is missing. I'm not making fuss on it. I'm just bringing it to my lord's kind notice that they have withheld all India rank, and they have withheld serial number of the examination center. They have given 5,000 PDFs in the name of data declaring result. Anyhow, my lord, we have tried to analyze it. What I find, my lord, and my lord, the last point, my lord, when I demonstrated before this honorable court that the question paper was being ferried in an e-rickshaw, there was an objection taken that it was only OMR and not the question paper. This was the response. I verified it, my lord. There is a testing booklet which each student get in the examination hall.
Question paper was buried in an e-rickshaw, no doubt about it. That photograph, according to them, is not of the question paper, but of the OMR sheet. But the fact that the question paper was ferried in the e-rickshaw is also now is an established fact. No difference.
But because
at one center.
Correct.
But the photograph which was claimed to be a photograph of the test
That's right.
paper is not of the test paper, but the that's a little nuance, that's all.
But the only thing I want to point out, this e-rickshaw, because as per the news item, and there is an arrest of the principal of this Oasis school, the investigation.
Buddha, let's not go into this.
That's right. I'm not going into. I'm just tying up.
We will deal with when we look at what steps should be taken for the future.
Correct.
Let's now concentrate on the heart of the matter.
Perfect.
We have given you an opportunity to.
I'm so grateful, my lord, and we have been able to.
What emerges from the center-wise and the city-wise data.
Yes, Lord. I'm straight away coming to that.
Yes.
Lord, basically, I have basically now threefold submissions.
Have you prepared a note or something which will?
Lord, we have submitted a second supplementary note.
That's on the basis of the data, right?
That's on the basis of data and my subsequent points.
Well, let's just.
But, my lord, allow me, my lord, without referring to that note, my lord, allow me to sum it up first. Basically in two parts. One is the leak part, and the other is the dominant argument, my lord, even more dominant than the leak part, which they say is a breach, is that their manner of conducting the entire examination is so brittle that it does not inspire confidence at all. At every stage, there is a breach, and there is a possibility of breach. That is the second limb of my argument. But summing up on my first limb, that it is a case of a paper leak, I just say, my lord, they admit paper leak. They admit the dissemination happened on WhatsApp. I'm just going by their admission. Now the Bihar police material collected report is before this honorable court. I'm sure 161 statement which we have placed on record are the same, which indicate Bihar police's case, because any police recording 161 statement and indicating that the paper was sold and the students were made to learn those answers was 4th of May, not 5th of May. So this is what the Bihar police investigation, which I'm banking upon to say that leak is not happening on 5th of May morning as is being suggested. But the leak is happening prior to the deposit of question papers with the respective banks.
Yes.
So, Lord, my submission is leak is prior to going the question paper before to the bank, that is 3rd or prior to 3rd. And their suggestion that it happened on 5th morning is hard to believe and contrary to the investigation report of Bihar police. And lastly, this is the handiwork of a gang which has been indulging into paper leak even previously. This Sanjeev Mukhia, and the other gangs which have not even been arrested despite all this thing. So it is not some peon went into the question paper room and sneaked one paper out or had a click and it was a locally done for 4, 5, 10 students. No, handiwork of a gang. My lord, specific order to the Bihar police was placed before us, all material collected, meaning thereby all statements, all recovery of documents, case diary, and then the report.
Referring to the 161 statement which was recorded by the Bihar police.
Correct.
Can you just give us whose statement so that we will track it? We have the record here. So
Yes, yes, my lord. I will very quickly do this, my lord. This was 161 statement we had filed.
First note material.
In the first note, my lord, yes, I will. Yes, my lord. My lord, first statement is Anurag Yadav.
113 of the Bihar compilation.
Which says 4th of May. And then Nitesh Kumar.
Statement is that?
Anurag Yadav, my lord.
Anurag Yadav.
Yes, this is the first statement, Anurag Yadav, son of Sanjeev Kumar.
वही प्रश्न था
You should tell us Anurag Yadav.
That's right.
Anybody else apart from Anurag
My lord,
Yadav?
there are four people. There are four statements. If I can invite my lord's kind attention.
Anurag Yadav का statement क्या है?
Anurag Yadav. Then my lord, the next is Nitish Kumar.
1 second.
Nitish Kumar, son of late Siaram Prasad.
1 second. ये हमने देखा था ना उचित कौन से पन्ने पे just help us which is that page in the compilation of Nitish Kumar's statement because they don't have the case diary that's why.
Yes, I'll just. Nitish
Lord,
Kumar.
if I can give the other name in the meantime, Amit Anand and Sikandar Prasad.
1 second. Amit Anand
And Sikandar Prasad.
and Sikandar Prasad.
That's right.
Sikandar Prasad.
These 161 statement indicate that the leak is much prior to the examination.
1 second, we are just going through those statements.
Please.
Is at page 92.
Page 88.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Anurag Yadav 131.
उसका statement है. I'm sorry. Lords, page 134.
One is that, who's this? Is Anurag Yadav, is it?
Yes. And Amit Anand is 132.
132.
Yes. 131 is my mistake, my lord. Anurag Yadav, we are finding out. 132 is Amit Anand, my lords. And relevant, your lordships may go through the entire.
अमित है क्या आपके पास? Mr. Solicitor is Abhyukt Sikandar Prasad.
Yes, that's my mistake, my lord. I'm just trying to find
131
out.
is,
Next is, my lord, 132 is Amit Anand. I'm finding out, my lord, the
130. सिकंदर के साथ तो देख लो पहले कुछ है क्या?
I have it. At 133 bottom, possibly your lordships will get the relevant part of Amit Anand.
ठीक है कहाँ है
context. Page 132 is Amit Anand.
Yes.
Amit Anand, my lord, is a middleman. Just to give the context so that your lordships can read the paper, my lord, read the statement in the context. But please see 133 at the bottom, some 10th line. उसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए. Your lordship gets, my lord?
Yes.
He was collecting the students on the night of 4th so that he gets the papers on 5th, which is coming in Nitish Kumar's statement. Nitish Kumar was at the place where he received the paper in the morning and students were asked to memorize. 134 is Nitish.
Just see page 88, which
88.
is Amit Anand's first statement.
88, Manoj?
88.
Yes, Manoj.
And then see page 89, about the last 10, 15 lines, is beach. Got that? Isi beach. 89, about say 12 lines on the bottom.
Yes, Manoj.
Isi beach, last 3 words in that sentence, on that line. Isi beach, नीट का परीक्षा आ गया था, सिकंदर स्वयंसो बताया कि चारों लड़कों को कब बुलाएं.
Possibly, this is the FIR, not the statement.
Right. तो मैंने बताया
संक्षिप्त वर्तमान अपराध की विस्तृत
विवरण. Statement. This is Amit Anand's statement.
Amit Anand, yes, Lord.
तो मैंने बताया कि 4-5 के रात्रि में बुलाई है.
Yes,
जहाँ पर सिकंदर के द्वारा सभी चारों लड़कों को नीट परीक्षा का प्रश्न पत्र लीक करवाकर सभी बच्चों को उत्तर के साथ पढ़वाया एवं रटवाया जा रहा है.
रात्रि में बुलाइए, नहीं, रात्रि में बुलाइए, कॉल देम. इसी बीच नीट का परीक्षा आ गया था. सिकंदर यादवेंद्र द्वारा बताया गया कि चारों लड़का को कल बुलाए, तो मैंने बताया कि 4-5-24 की रात्रि में बुलाइए, जहां पर सिकंदर यादवेंद्र के द्वारा सभी चारों लड़कों को नीट परीक्षा का प्रश्न पत्र लीक करवाकर सभी बच्चों को उत्तर के साथ पढ़वाया एवं रटवाया जा रहा था.
This indicates that the students were being asked to memorize on the night of the 4th, which means that the leak had occurred prior to the 4th.
No, would your lordship?
And now just see page 92. Just see page 92.
Yes.
This is the statement of Nitish Kumar.
The Nitish Kumar statement, my lord, at page 134 may kindly be seen.
So we just see page 92. This is the first statement.
Yes, my lord.
बीच में
Yes.
बातचीत के क्रम में
somewhere बातचीत, yes. सोएन तो बताया गया कि मेरे पास भी लड़का है जिसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए, तो नीट की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, उसके बदले में तथा अमित आनंद बताएं कि 30 रुपया लगेगा. सिकंदर तैयार हो गए, बताया कि 4 लड़का हम आप देंगे. नीट परीक्षा से एक दिन पूर्व के संध्या में मैं, चिंटू एवं पिंटू, मतलब 2 एक्यूज, तथा आशुतोष मिलकर लर्नेड प्ले स्कूल में नीट की परीक्षा के लिए आए अभ्यर्थियों को नीट का प्रश्न उत्तर सहित रटवाने लगा. प्रश्न पत्र चिंटू के मोबाइल नंबर 100 पर आया था, जिसे अभ्यर्थियों को उत्तर सहित रटवाया दिया गया था, तथा परीक्षा समाप्ति के बाद काम हो जाने पर मैं 100 के लीक प्रश्न पत्र को के छत पर पानी टंकी के बगल में साक्ष्य मिटाने हेतु आग लगा दिया. इस परीक्षा में मेरे पास कुल 13 अभ्यर्थी थे, जिसे मैंने नीट का प्रश्न पत्र उत्तर सहित रटवाया था. नाउ प्लीज सी माय लॉर्ड 132, 134 नीतीश कुमार. जो अंदर गया था वो कौन था?
131
Yes.
दिनांक 4/5 को इनके साला व पत्नी रीना देवी तथा साला सो जिन्होंने गेस्ट हाउस में रुकवा दिया।
Yes. They all gathered at night, Mala. That is true.
पूर्व निर्धारित योजना अनुसार दिनांक 4/5 को रात्रि में उक्त चारों अभ्यर्थियों को सगुना मोड़ खगोल रोड में अमित आनंद एवं नीतीश कुमार को नीट 2024 परीक्षा में आने वाले प्रश्नोत्तर रटवाने के लिए सौंप दिए थे।
हाँ, they were handed over. You get
The
them memorized.
investigation is botched up by the stand being taken by Government of India, my lord. The matter is under
I'm-
investigation.
my lord,
The kind of stand being
Kindly
taken.
allow, don't take it government of India. Lord, I am answerable to these students. I am answerable to other students. And more, I am answerable to the court. Well, let us not do it like this.
We are just analyzing these statements.
Yes, my lord, all of them were gathered.
Amit Anand seems to be suggesting that the leaked question papers were given to the students for memorization on the night of the 4th.
No, my lords.
That's
What
what
happens is, what actually happened during the CBI investigation is, all students were gathered and put at a particular place so as to enable them to memorize as and when the paper is available, which comes, my lord, from the statement of Amit Anand. My lord, please read statement of Amit Anand. Your lordships are on page 132. My lord, I am just reading the bare facts. I am not, my lord, taking any stand. Page 132, Amit Anand, my lords. And thereafter, Nitish Kumar. And they are giving statements when they were not obviously aware that this would be scrutinized by the court. So this is a first-hand account. से पहले
गुजरात में तो देखा था
Papers were purloined. After the papers were purloined, and then
assistance may be incomplete. That's all I'm saying. Kindly report, sorry, second report, para 98. No, before that, would your lordships accept my request of reading two more statements from
two more statements.
EOU? In this context, please read the report.
Okay, just
It
only
would
one
be,
second.
incomplete picture in your lordship's mind.
Just keep that page in 1 minute.
132.
See, it's well big.
Lord, para 97 onwards, in the second report, your lordships would find assistance, my lord, for this particular part.
Mr. Solicitor, we just look at now those two statements you were saying, telling us something.
132, my lord.
132.
That's, my lord, in the Bihar police statement, the statement recorded by EOU.
This is of,
Initially, it was local
Chandra
police,
Prasad.
transferred to economic offences wing, where, my lord, it is a little more detailed, page 132 at the foot.
That is Amit Anand.
Amit Anand, yes, my lord, his statement. Kindly come to the next page, 133. I am, my lord, skipping what is not relevant either way for the present purpose, my lord. Kindly see from the 10th line, somewhere 10th line from the bottom. इस पर सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंद्र बोले, your lordship gets, my lord, some
Yes.
कि उनके पास भी 4-5 लड़का है जो परीक्षा देने वाले हैं, उसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए, इसके बदले में स्वयं वे बताए कि 4 लड़का हम आपको देंगे। ये नो काइंडली सी दिस, मतलब ये दिनांक 4/5/24 को रात्रि में सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंदु से उन 4 अभ्यर्थियों का सो से प्राप्त किए तथा अपने कार से चारों को लेकर नीतीश कुमार के पास न्यू बाईपास चले गए। प्लीज मार्क दिस। नीतीश कुमार अपने एवं उनके अन्य अभ्यर्थियों को लेकर लर्नेड बॉयज स्कूल एवं सो में लेकर चला गया, जहां पर सभी विद्यार्थियों को अगले दिन करीब 10 बजे नीट का प्रश्न उत्तर सहित रटवा दिया गया। 10 बजे। नाउ प्लीज सी, ये भी अपने परीक्षार्थी एवं अन्य परीक्षार्थी तथा सिकंदर प्रसाद के साथ परीक्षा केंद्रों पर घूम घूम कर सभी को सेंटर पर पहुंचा दिए और अपने फ्लैट पर पहुंच गए और खाना खाए एटसेट्रा। काइंडली सी द नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट ऑफ नीतीश कुमार. Nitish Kumar is the person who not only brings students, he was at that school, Learn Boys School. So your lordships can come to page 134, 7 lines from the bottom. उसके बाद दिनांक 4/5, your lordship gets. Page 134. I can read the whole, but it may not assist either way for this particular purpose of date, my lord. But does your lordship get the date? Yes. उसके बाद दिनांक 4/5 को रात्रि में अमित आनंद द्वारा सेटिंग किए गए 6 लड़के जो अमित ने मुझे नई बाईपास अपने कार से लाकर दे दिए थे, सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंद्र के 4 लड़के तथा अमित आनंद के 2 लड़के को लर्न बॉय हॉस्टल एवं लर्न बॉय स्कूल जो रामाकृष्ण नगर में है पर लेकर गया। वहां सभी लड़कों को चिंटू उर्फ बलदेव कुमार पिता सो गांव सो एवं सो को हैंडओवर कर दिए। इनसे इनकी बात सो के मोबाइल नंबर सो पर होती रही। यह हॉस्टल एवं स्कूल आशुतोष कुमार द्वारा किराए पर लिया हुआ है। आशुतोष कुमार इज द ओनर ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रीमाइसेस वेयर दिस हैपेंड, जिसने इनका संपर्क सो के माध्यम से इसी काम से लिए हुआ था ना। नाउ रीड दिस, जिसे चिंटू उर्फ सो ने एक दिन के लिए सेट किया था और आशुतोष कुमार से मोटे रकम में हिस्सेदारी की बात की थी। दिनांक 5/5 को चिंटू के मोबाइल के व्हाट्सएप पर
statements 88 and 132 are at variance.
At variance.
88, he says that the leak had taken place on the night of the 4th, when the question paper was given to these candidates for memorization. 132, he says that it was received on the mobile of Chintu in the morning on the 5th, and then was given for to the students. Rata lagane ke liye diya tha. So Amit Anand's 2 statements are a little at variance.
Amit Anand's first
and
statement.
Nitish is also at variance, but Nitish's first statement is also 4th night. Like,
but my lord,
all first statements seem to indicate that the leak takes place on the night of the 4th.
But I must tell your lordships, my lord, on the
question is, how was this confined to Learned Boys High School? Was it confined to Hazari Bagh?
I'll answer that, my lord, when my turn comes.
That's what
But my lord, kindly appreciate this.
Mr. Solicitor, because the line which we are following of inquiry is, if the leak has taken place on the night of the 4th, then obviously the leak has not taken, it wouldn't take place from the strong room of SBI or Canara Bank. Nobody can access the strong room. Then obviously the leak took place not in the process of the papers being transferred to the examination center, but it takes place at a prior point of time, prior to the storage in the vault.
Which we have examined and found to be every thing to be intact, I'll be able to show. But please see my lord, statement of Chintu at
Also,
page
we find that
236.
two of the problem solvers are at least 7. All problem solvers are students. None of them is a professor. Nobody is of that level of an expert. They're all students.
I was told that for this work, professors, the students are better qualified because they have recently prepared everything. They have the computer with them. They have books with them.
They are from AIMS Patna. One is from Ranchi, and 2 are brought from Rajasthan.
Yes. Now, what is
Why
done
they
is
brought from Rajasthan?
that is, my lord, under investigation, my lord, because maybe there is some personal linkage or something. But what they did was they bifurcated the papers, so each got 25 to 30 questions each, and they had 1 hour. 25 to 30 questions with a reasonable knowledge and with help of computer and books, you can always solve.
Now, what we do, Mr.
And we have also, my lord, kindly bear one factor in mind. We have done an exercise after the last hearing as to what is the success rate in this particular center, this particular city, and overall state, and we compared it with 22 and 23. There is no abnormality. Even in this, which I'll be able to show. And my lord, kindly 236, my lord, page.
Buddha, you can now show us the
Page
data.
236, the last.
Yes, then we have completed.
My lord, 236.
This is Chintu's.
Yes, Chintu Baldev Kumar, my lord, at the last, my lord, para. Dinank 5/5.
Is there an earlier statement of Chintu also?
Chintu? No. No, he was arrested only on that day by the EOI. He was not arrested by the, my lord, local police. So there is only one statement. We must be having our statement. We have our statement recorded after.
Mehta, come to page 229.
229 minutes.
Statement of Chintu.
This is also a statement of Chintu.
The same statement minutes.
Is it in continuation?
Is it?
This.
Yeah, but it's the same statement. I don't know why they repeated.
It ends at 232.
Yes, my lord. And if your lordship sees, my lord, page 231.
Read the second paragraph.
No, 231, my lords?
Yes.
Yes. My lord, the same is I was showing at 236. So it appears to be a repetition. But I'll read, my lord, from 231, my lord, as your lordships have seen. दिनांक 5/5/24 को 9 बजे प्रातः तक करीब 24-25 नीट यूजी 2000 परीक्षा देने वाले अभ्यर्थी वहां पर जमा हो गए थे। मैं पीने वाला पानी का बोतल भी वहां गाड़ी से पहुंचाया था। दिन के करीब 10 बजे रॉकी ने मेरे पास मौजूद नए मोबाइल पर सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र भेजा। मामा संजीव एवं रॉकी के गिरोह के एक लड़के ने मुझे वाईफाई प्रिंटर दिया था, जिसे नीतीश कुमार द्वारा लर्न प्ले स्कूल छपरा के रूम में सेट किया गया था। सो द्वारा भी एक वाईफाई प्रिंटर दिया गया था। सबसे पहले सो का सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र मिला, जिसे हमें लोगों ने मोबाइल को वाईफाई प्रिंटर से कनेक्ट कर सॉल्व कर दिया। As and when they started solving the papers, they started giving. It was not given in one go. First was biology. कनेक्ट कर सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र का प्रिंट निकाला और उपस्थित सभी अभ्यर्थी को सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र का प्रिंट रटने के लिए दिया गया। इसके बाद फिजिक्स और केमिस्ट्री का सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र एक साथ मिला। What a very good score.
You can show us the data which you have now. What do you have to say on the basis of the data?
Yes,
Then
but
let's see.
All India data or whatever way. We have all India data.
I will show.
So we'll hear them on the response on the data.
Yes,
So,
Lord, allow me first, Lord, just give their
Lord, only 236, my Lord,
procedure.
Justice Pardiwala's, my Lord. 236, which I was reading, is the same which your lordships.
the identical statement.
They're identical, my Lord. I do not know why they are two similar statements.
Please read Anurag Yadav. He's the only student. All the other people are members of the gang. Anurag Yadav's first statement.
We've read Anurag. We've read Anurag Yadav's.
Might read 131.
We have got that at page 131.
Lord,
Anurag Yadav says, I got it on the night of the 4th.
Yes.
But now, anyway, we still have to see whether it's localized, assuming for a moment, that the theory that the paper was distributed, that the solved question papers were made available at about 10:15, and between 9:20 and 10:15, these 7 chaps solved all the questions and gave to the source. Assume that we for a moment, we may not entirely accept that. We have to hear the other side. Even so, is the leak systemic, or is it only confined to Hazaribagh and Patna? That you'll have to establish something on the basis of data.
Yes, Lord.
Show us now what the data tells you.
Lord, before I come to data,
Up to now, we are only focused on Hazaribagh and Patna, right? Whether the leak takes place on the morning of the 5th, as CBI is telling us, whether it took place on the night of the 4th, and therefore the leak took place before lodging in the vault. How widespread is it? We don't have any other material apart from this that you have shown us to indicate that the leak was so widespread that it had gone all over the country. Now show us the data which will
yes, Lord, allow me,
your
Lord,
case.
just 4 or 5 minutes before I come to the data. Lord, because between the last date and today, we have got a lot of information that how actually this exam is being conducted by this NTA. Lord, very briefly, Lord, because
Assuming that the examination should be conducted in a much better way.
I'm not on that, Lord.
That we will see what they are doing
Lord,
for the
I will
future.
show why a particular data is as such. Just give me 2-3 minutes, Lord, before that. Lord, NDA, Lord, on the first date, this Honorable Court put it to them. Give us the complete chart that where the printing happened, how much time printing, how much time it reached the center, then where deposited, what time it was taken out, taken to the center, how much time is the examination.
As we find out now, printing takes place. The CBI third report tells us where printing took place.
At 2 places, my Lord, different states, and they are never declared or tendered.
We don't want to mention that because because obviously that will.
We don't also tender because otherwise the highest tenderer becomes open.
My Lord,
that he is the printer. My Lord, whoever is the highest tenderer becomes the printer.
From CBI's third report, we find out the name of one place where the printing press was situated, where it says 28 April, it had left that printing.
Lord, if your lordships, I'll take your lordship through the journey of the papers from Lord, the printing press till the school, and what are the checks and balances on real-time basis, that there is some tempering, it would be noticed somewhere. That I'll be able to show.
Let me very briefly capture that. 24th of April, they say that the dispatch happens to different centers. So far as Hazaribagh is concerned, 28th of April. Everywhere, the question paper was to reach the respective banks on 3rd of May. And 5th of May is the examination. So the question paper remained in private hands for fairly long time. From 24th of April till 3rd of May. I leave it there, Lord. They say that from everywhere, the center in charge will go to the bank in the morning. Lord, I'm showing the mechanism and how brittle and fragile the mechanism is, that the entire mechanism which they have followed.
All right, just give us the facts.
Yes.
Give us the.
Now, in the morning, they say 8:15, the center in charge of the examination will reach the bank to collect the paper. What has actually happened, which is the documents on record, taking example of Dayal School, Bahadurgarh, Jhajjar, Hardayal School, Bahadurgarh, Jhajjar, the principal of the center goes to both the banks, collect papers from both the banks, distributes the paper taken from Canara Bank. Paper taken from Canara Bank is allowed to be attempted for all 3 hours and 20 minutes. And then they say that we over and above, because on 4th of April, they did not declare any other key except the key for SBI bank question paper. When it appeared that from this Hardayal School Jhajjar, there are 6 candidates who get number 1, 100% marks, 720 out of 720. 2 candidates get 719 and 718. So it came out that how come from this center 8 people comes within first 69 and this number is not possible. NTA came out with a theory that no, we have given a grace marks because there is a delay. I have seen the video of the principal of this Hardayal school, which says, and it is openable even now, which says that there was no delay in this center. In fact, we distributed Canara Bank paper when it was already half an hour.
The correct set was to be the SBI paper.
Correct. That's right. That's right.
Everywhere.
And they declared entire country.
It's not everywhere.
Entire country, Mulad.
Entire country was SBA. Yes, Your Lordship, sir.
Of course, different configurations, as Brother Mishra said, because the questions will be jumbled up.
Even in the one classroom.
Yeah. Obviously.
In one classroom also.
Sitting next to each other can't know which is the order.
Which is the order. But one of the things which is going on in the social media is that 2 numbers sitting with each other, both got 600 marks. How is it possible? But both would have, the system is that both sitting in front and back and both sitting on the sides, they have different numbers.
Not have the same order of questions.
They don't have. My question number 1 would be his question number 18.
Do that in the judicial.
So we can't even do that. Orthodox way of cheating also is not possible.
Let me place the hard facts, how they have done it. So Hardayal school, admittedly, they distributed Canara Bank. The Canara Bank question paper was attempted by all the about 500 people in the center.
How long?
For till 5:20 is the last time.
Oh.
There's no delay. The principal is on record of the school and they say.
So it's not that in the middle of the exam they substitute the SBI.
Look, that happened Savai Madhopur. I'll come to that. Hardayal school, Canara Bank paper was given. In the first instance, when Canara Bank paper was not to be the paper to be attempted, how come it was even given to them? What is the SOP? How meticulously they followed it, what they say is. And the principal got question paper from both the banks and both banks gave it.
Mr. Solicitor, just since a little bit of query on the procedural, one set is lodged with Can Bank, one is with SBI. Now, the center in charge on the morning of the exam goes to both the banks and takes the question. Then
the city in charge is informed that this is the bank from where you will have to collect the paper.
When is he informed the day of the exam?
In the morning at 7 o'clock.
So the city in charge will inform all the centers in charge in the morning that you have to go to this particular
center.
Now, how did this chap at Jhajjar go and collect it from Canara Bank when he must have been told that you have to go to the SBI to collect the paper?
No, that may be a mistake or something. Or deliberate, but paper was.
Now Jhajjar, we just wanted some clarity on Jhajjar. So he collects the paper from the Canara Bank.
Correct, my lord.
Students write throughout the 3 hours and 20 minutes, they write the Canara Bank sets of questions, right? Now, thereafter, what happens in Jhajjar? Everybody is given grace mark, or what happens in Jhajjar?
What they say is because they never disclose key for Canara Bank paper.
1 second, let's have clarity. We just ask questions.
Yeah, my lord, I learned it and can.
Let's.
Just 1 second. He has his instructions. Let's get the official version first. About Jhajjar,
Yes, Mills.
what happened exactly in Jhajjar?
It's, Jhajjar was a new center. Your lordships are aware the number of candidates have increased. As a result whereof, we have to increase the number of centers also and city coordinators also. This place was added for the first time in 2024 as an examination center. Perhaps the city coordinator must not have seen the message that you have to pick it up from this place. As a result whereof, this happened to be picked up from both the places.
But are the banks not informed that, look, don't release the Can Bank paper to anybody, release only the State Bank of India paper? Because the vault in charge has to be informed कि आपको paper surrender करना है आज, आपको distribute करना है.
Authorization is given,
Because the NTA would inform the city in charge.
Yes.
City in charge will relay the message to the center in charge.
Yes.
But will a message not go to the bank also that, all right, कैन बैंक का आपको अपने लॉकर में ही रखना है, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का जो पेपर है वो आपको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना है.
It goes to the bank. He also committed. It goes to
definitely go to the bank also. So how did this bloke at Jhajjar, the center in charge, how did he go to Canara Bank and retrieve the Canara Bank paper?
That is a mistake on their part, Mills.
Who's Canara Bank's mistake?
Both Mills at both places. City coordinator.
So anyway, so the Jhajjar in charge gets the center in charge gets the Canara Bank paper.
Yes, Mills.
That is distributed to the candidates. And the candidates write the entire exam for 3 hours, 20 minutes on the Can Bank paper.
Lordship. And this is at 8 centers. The number of such candidates who got Canara Bank paper is 3,307. And their sequence is MNOP. And we have used the...
So at Jhajjar, how many the 8 centers?
8 centers.
And everywhere they...
all over India,
all over India, not...
All over India, it has happened at 8 centers.
All over India?
All over India. Some places, like Chhattisgarh, your lordships came to know.
With the wrong question paper.
Yes, not confined to Jhajjar.
Papers, my lord, are of the same difficulty level. It's not as if one is simpler and another.
At 8 centers, the wrong booklet was distributed.
Yes,
which was the Can Bank booklet.
Yes, Mills. Only two booklets are available, Mills. There is the third booklet.
Then what happened in Jhajjar? Then the students wrote the whole of the paper for 3 hours, 20 minutes of Jhajjar.
Because of the situation, Mills, that it could not be discovered by them that we have distributed a wrong paper. It came to the knowledge much later. As a result whereof, it was considered
then
more
what happened? Then what happened?
It was considered more appropriate to allow them to attempt this question paper only.
First they gave a grace mark. We are just understanding what happened. So the students they appeared for the entire examination in the...
Yes, on the basis of Canara Bank question paper.
Then?
And the difficulty level of this question, both the papers, because anyone can be distributed, are modulated by the experts to be of the same level.
Now, where was the occasion to give totally how many students at these 8 centers?
8 centers, total number of students is 3,307.
Now, initially NTA takes a decision to award grace marks to those students?
No minutes, only after it came to be realized that some places the loss of time was there. Only then the decision was taken.
Loss of time means what?
After realizing, when the complaints are there, students approach the honorable courts also saying that because of wrong distribution of paper, we could not avail the exact number of, exact time which is available to the others.
Why? Because students had appeared for the full 3 hours, 20 minutes. It is not as if that the correct paper was circulated midway through the exam. Suppose sometimes what happens is that the incorrect paper is given. Instead of algebra, you give the English paper. By the time the algebra paper comes, half an hour has gone by. Students were never given the SBI paper at these 8 centers. They were given only the Can Bank paper.
At Jhajjar, this happened. At some places, this was withdrawn and correct paper was also given. There are centers where this happened, like in Chhattisgarh.
Now, how many centers was
Just
the
verify, my lord,
at
factual.
how many centers was the incorrect question paper withdrawn?
I am appearing for NT also. I am appearing for both.
Mr. Kaushik, at how many centers was the incorrect question paper withdrawn?
Withdrawn
The
and
correct
correct
Exactly,
paper.
my lord, that's all. My lord, in some centers, even after realizing that instead of Canara, SBI is given or
they continue to write.
they continue to write and 3 hours, 20 minutes time allotted was given. So we are not concerned with that. In some cases,
They withdrew that.
they withdrew it halfway and said that now we are giving you another, because
How many centers did that happen?
that figure is, my lord, 1, 3.
I'll come to Savai Madhopur, my lord. That's this is an isolation. They come up with how these of Savai Madhopur, then stand to escalate to 1563 as per their own figure. Lord, I'll come to all that, Lord. If they can respond to
63 students were such that we, as per our examination, that they were the papers were taken back halfway and they were asked to complete the new paper within that 320 minutes.
Lord, where they
Since
attempted
that could
only
not
Canara
happen.
Bank. Lord, halfway, this is a different story. Lord, halfway is a different story. First is the Canara Bank.
At 8 centers, we found that wrong booklet was distributed. Now, at all these 8 centers, the students complete the examination only in the Canara Bank booklet.
Yes, how many?
Canara Bank only minutes.
We'll
8
give not
centers.
the list.
8 centers, right?
This we will further bifurcate.
Now, tell us, how many centers apart from these 8 was the wrong booklet withdrawn and the correct
Yes,
booklet
please.
given to the
I
students?
will give the correct number of that also.
Yeah, just ask.
We'll bifurcate. Yes, minute.
Just you can sit down and ask, no problem.
But if in the meantime, I can.
Just 1 second, let them. We'll also have a little break for 10 seconds.
कुछ निकल रहा है.
But in Jhajjar, I received the instructions. Jhajjar has 3 centers.
Yes.
In one, the entire Canara paper was attempted and nobody disturb the students thereafter. In remaining two, realizing the mistake, the paper was taken back halfway and new paper was given. And therefore, they said that we did not get sufficient time, which was true.
Right. Now, why were the grace marks added then?
Initially, my lord, it was decided, which according to me, my lord, was not a very correct decision, that there is some judgment of your lordships in case of a null clat, my lord. That if there is a time problem, if the time is less, time available to the student is less, then this is the methodology by which you give the grace marks. That grace marks were given. Thereafter, my lord, that decision was
recalled in a retest was it?
Yes, that was those who did not get the time will get a new paper and new 3 hour 20 minutes.
Now, that retest was held for 1563 students.
Yes.
Now, these 1563 students were drawn from which centers actually?
Lord, wherever there was a time gap.
Page 19 of
Retest is held, that really now, that really doesn't provide.
There are 2-3 things into it. One, why grace marks to the students who attempted Canara Bank paper? Why grace marks? On 4th of June, they were granted, on 4th of June, they declared only one key. That is the SBI Bank question paper key. There was no Canara Bank paper key.
So 1 second.
How they evaluated those people without declaring a key?
Now this grace mark was given initially to whom?
Grace mark was given to the center numbers, which we have given the time number also, which is 1.
Was the grace mark given to only those who had to give, who got the SBI paper in the midstream, or what happened?
The grace marks were given only to those persons from whom the paper was initially given, which was withdrawn, and subsequently given the correct paper.
Right.
What happened?
That is all. In some.
Now, what happened to those students who appeared in the wrong paper, the Can Bank paper?
Their marks were given on the basis of the answer key of their sequence paper.
And they were not made to have the retest?
No, no.
Because the level of difficulty is up.
Same.
Now, so therefore, the grace marks were given only to those whose papers were withdrawn and given the
Yes,
correct, because they couldn't complete the
which
paper.
we counted as 1563.
Which you counted as 1563.
Based upon reports of city coordinators and CCTV footage.
There were 8 centers across the country where the wrong booklet was distributed.
Yes, and
now those 8 centers includes the 3 Jhajjar?
One of them at Jhajjar.
Two of them.
No, wrong distribution is.
Third was 100% Canara Bank.
2 at Jhajjar.
to a judge.
Yes, minutes.
Where the wrong booklet was distributed and then recalled.
Recalled and grace mark was given to those candidates.
Now, in the 8 centers across India, the same position that the centers, the papers were withdrawn.
Even time was not sufficient and therefore grace mark.
But
So
the
out
number
of
is
4750
3,300.
centers, this occurred, my lord, in 8 centers.
Oh, I see.
4,750 are the total number of centers throughout the country.
So 8, it happened that the wrong booklet was
The
given.
wrong booklet, my lord. Whenever, for example, Judger, out of 3, 1, they completed. They were not.
They have not been given a retake. They are being graded. So 1.
They are evaluated based on their answers, my lord.
It's factually incorrect. Let me clarify it. My learned senior colleague gave 3,300 are the total student where the wrong booklet was given, withdrawn midway.
No. And allowed to continue 3,000.
Yes.
Minutes, they are
3,307.
3,000 were allowed to continue. 3,300
They were
wrong paper. They attempted the wrong question paper.
Okay.
150. Yes.
Now, Lord, the next question comes is, on 4th of June, when they declared the result, on their website, they declared only one key. One key means only
SBI.
SBI. They didn't declare any other key. How they evaluated Canara Bank questions which was attempted and where is the separate result they declared for this 3,000 people who attempted Canara Bank paper?
Must have had a key for Canada Bank also.
There is no key declared by them, my lord, till today. Let them show it today now.
Today.
No, not my lord. 1, 2.
All right. Now I'll tell you what. This is all okay. Now show us the data. Let's go into the heart.
Let me complete, my lord. Now, in this Hardyal school, where originally there were 8 people who came.
At the end of it, assuming that some problem happened.
Data is
judges,
circumstantial evidence.
We are looking at the entire country now. Show us the data. I mean, that's the heart of the matter.
Lord, I will just allow me 2 minutes, Lord, because this.
You said 2 minutes, 11:35. We are not there.
In the meantime, they start, Lord. Let me just quickly complete it. I was dealing with Hardyal school, Lord. Allow me to just to complete 2-3 centers, and then I'll straight away come to the data. Hardyal school, 500 students, they attempted Canara Bank paper. Just notice in, Lord, and let them respond at the end.
All right, we'll just Hardyal school.
500
Judger, no?
That's right, Bahadurgarh Jhajjar.
Yes.
Canara Bank paper, no Canara Bank paper key available till date. After re-examination, all the students were taken in the re-examination. Though there was no delay, admittedly, in distributing question paper.
So all the students at this Hardyal school have been required to do a re-examination.
And in the re-examination, about 50% of them appeared, 50% of them did not appear.
That's also very spooky. Why do 50% not appear?
That's right. Only 813 out of 1,563 in total appeared in the re-examination. That's also data. The person who didn't appear got their original marks, opted to retain their original marks. That is the.
Now these 1563 are drawn from how many centers?
Lord, this they have not disclosed. They never disclose it, how many centers. They will answer it.
8 centers. Throughout. And as my learned friend rightly pointed out, they were given an option to retain the earlier marks.
And
they
all
didn't
is,
take a
Lord,
chance.
and all is being done behind the curtain. Nothing was declared. Every day they have been giving press release, but with regard to this, there is not a single press release.
Things which, if you can ask, if you can just make a note of these 4 points, Mr. Solicitor and Mr. Kaushik.
Yes.
1, how many centers, at how many centers were the Canara Bank papers distributed? At how many centers totally were Canara Bank question booklets distributed? 2. Out of those centers, at how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced?
Yes, miss.
At how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced, namely of the State Bank of India?
Yes, miss.
Third, how many centers totally where the questions which were evaluated were the Canara Bank paper, the Canara Bank booklets?
Yes.
Whether there were any centers which were evaluated on the basis of the Canara Bank booklet?
Yes.
All right.
Wrong paper was evaluated.
The paper was evaluated. And fourth, once the Canara Bank papers were evaluated, how did the candidates fare there?
There is the key which they have ever declared till date. Canara Bank.
Why have you not declared the key of the Canara Bank papers?
Yes, miss.
Fifth,
Yes, miss.
and finally, I want to know this, that before I formulate a question, suppose you and I go to Canara Bank or to State Bank of India and say, give me the question paper. You will not be given the question paper, right?
Correct.
How does Can Bank know that I'm the right person who is authorized to? So there has to be a letter of authorization.
Correct.
It's identity.
Right?
Yes.
Now, who issues the letter of authorization?
Yes, miss.
Letter of authorization is issued by the district in charge.
NT.
Director General NT.
Director General of NTA.
NTA to the city superintendent as well as centers coordinators.
Now, what does a person take to the bank? Suppose I am the center in charge.
Yes.
Will I have an authorization both for SBI and for Can Bank, or I'll have only one authorization?
Yes.
Just ask that.
Yes, miss.
City coordinator is authorized. I'm sorry. Only city coordinator is authorized, not centers. He
So the
distributes
city
to.
coordinator is authorized to go to one of the two banks.
Yes, correct.
Now, therefore, that authorization is given to the city coordinator when? When is that given to him?
In advance.
But is the authorization given for both the banks or only one bank?
I think should be for
Just
both
ask
banks
this line.
logically. For both the banks. Any, from which bank? It is given, authorization is given 3 days prior to the exam
For both the banks.
for both the banks. Then
The
he is
city
informed-
coordinator.
He is informed in the morning that you go to one of these banks and collect.
5 o'clock.
Now, if the city coordinator, suppose city coordinator was told on the morning of the 5th that you have to go to SBI, right? Now that city coordinator would have all the centers in that city will be under his control, right? Now, did the city coordinator in this case at Jhajjar go to the Can Bank and get Can Bank papers which were then distributed to all the centers in his jurisdiction, or some centers got SBI and some centers got
That will have to be.
He collected both.
Factually will correct.
He collected both. Malad.
he collected both.
He collected both.
How did the how did the city coordinator collect both? I mean, city coordinator at Jhajjar, he should have gone only to SBI.
Only one bank, please.
Right?
Yes, miss.
Now, he went to Can Bank and he went to SBI both.
Both.
Now, all the centers under him, did he distribute the Can Bank question paper?
Let's one center Can Bank paper was distributed, which was allowed to be continued. 2 centers, The question paper was distributed Can Bank, but it was withdrawn and SBI was given, that resulting in loss of time.
All Ken banks distributed, two of them realized the mistake
And
withdrew
Who
Ken bank
realized the mistake?
yes,
out of the center coordinator.
No, but the center coordinator will.
Would not normally, no, we'll take
Center
the.
superintendents are different. City coordinator is for all the three centers.
Right. So at Jhajjar, there were 3 centers.
Yes, please.
Right? So he distributed the Can Bank paper to all 3?
All 3 initially. And let's in from 2, it was withdrawn and correct question paper was
But
distributed.
then why did he not withdraw it from 1?
That we'll have to let's ask.
If he realized that he has made a mistake, he would have gone to all the 3 centers and said, look, I better give you the correct center. Why did
Time lapse may be the only reason. It was realized at the other center. By that time, maybe the time gap had gone beyond the reasonable time.
Take instructions on that?
Assumptions.
Yes, yes. We will take specific instructions. We'll prepare a note on all these 6 questions, minutes, and
You're right. Authorization will be given in advance. You can't give authorization in the morning. Then he's informed how? He's informed on his phone?
on what the minutes app, which is created for the purpose of
And
coordination.
who informs him?
There is an
The
NTA app.
Director General NTA will inform everyone across the country.
Yes, through the specific app created for this purpose of
That will be informed at 8 o'clock or so in the morning.
5 o'clock in the morning.
5 o'clock.
Yes. There is an
And he
application.
was informed, go to the SBI.
Yes, please.
He went to both.
Yes.
But is Can Bank not informed that, look, your paper now don't distribute? Director General NTA would be informing the Can Bank that, look, your paper is not to be distributed. And he would inform SBI that only your paper is to be distributed, right?
Message goes to both the custodian as well as the city coordinator.
Then how did Can
Where
Bank
the lapse has
distribute?
taken-
Then how did Can Bank
Yes.
distribute it?
Where the lapse has taken place, we'll find out minutes and.
There appears to be a lapse.
Right.
Yes, that lapse is there.
Lord, there is another blunder. Hardyal school, in the first instance, despite the Canara Bank paper was given, allowed to be attempted, they gave grace marks to the students who appeared in the Hardyal school. And because of grace marks, 2 of the 8 students who came in the first
So,
topper.
Hardyal school, where the Can Bank paper was distributed,
Yes.
students were given grace
They gave grace marks.
Why?
And the evidence of grace marks is, out of the 2 students in the first 8 from the Hardyal school, they got 718 and 719 marks. When we questioned that how come anybody get this marks, they say it is because of grace marks. Otherwise, it's not possible.
So grace marks were given in Hardyal school.
Even for Hardyal school, because on 4th of June, there was only 1 key.
So grace marks were given totally for 1563 students, right?
That's right. For all students, Lord, I believe.
No, not schools.
Thereafter, all these students were put in a re-examination. How, if Canara Bank paper was given and it was to be evaluated, where is the question of first giving them grace marks and then withdrawing the grace marks and putting them to again a retest?
It was a mistake which was corrected and retest. Now
Lord,
it's
how they give a
let's
grace
argue
marks to
for
Canara
retest
Bank
of the entire country
students?
based
Let
on
them answer
two
this.
Why did you give grace marks to the Canara Bank students?
No, it was not given to the.
Whenever they were,
One second.
whenever Canara
Who
paper
got
was,
the grace mark? Which body of students got the grace marks?
wherever Canara Bank's paper, the wrong paper, I'll use it, wrong paper, was initially given, taken back, and a new paper was given,
Grace marks.
resulting into the time not being available, grace marks were given.
So, do we understand you right? That grace marks were not given to those students who had appeared for the Canara Bank booklet, but who had completed the entire booklet.
Yes.
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 They were not given.
No, not.
So grace marks were given to only those students to whom a wrong booklet was given and it was withdrawn. Is
Yes.
that right? Is that clarity?
Yes, yes.
Lord, I will falsify the stand just now. Their response to my note at page 19, they have reproduced a table where grace marks have been given. In that table, the center 230701 Haryana Jhajjar Hardyal School, they say their grace marks have been given. Please check it. This is what they have filed before this honorable court.
And 287.
Well,
Also.
And 287.
Hardyal school is a situation where the students attempted only the Can Bank paper.
Correct. And they
But did any student at Hardyal school get grace marks?
got a grace marks. Lord. So this is how they have conducted.
One second. Mr. Kaushik,
Yes, please.
did students at Hardayal school also get grace marks?
This is what it is. I'll take specific clarification.
Just find out.
It's a systemic failure.
Rework कैसे किया उसको?
Even only for Hardayal school, not the other two schools. Let them.
For the reason, I'll clarify.
Only in Hardayal school grace marks.
Grace marks were given where?
Grace marks were given only to Hardayal school.
Yes.
Just it's not, they are trying to misrepresent facts without knowing the clear picture.
That's why we are absolutely with an open mind. We want you to disclose. I mean,
Yes,
that's.
Which I am instructed to say suffered loss of time despite the fact that they attempted Canara Bank question paper.
Why don't you do this in the afternoon? Just give us on a piece of paper the correct position and
Yes.
give them a copy so we understand
Correct.
where we stand.
I'll
So we are
prepare
not
a
just
note.
taking down
Let-
something they are saying, something they are
Let,
saying. We
let
don't
them,
want to- we
let
don't
them
want-
correctly
I'll-
understand it.
One second. Let him say, let him say,
Yes,
clarify.
a neat
But you
note.
put it down on one sheet of paper by the
Yeah,
afternoon, so
yes.
we'll then take it as a statement.
Correct.
Because then I don't want later on,
No.
applications that you
Yes,
recorded
ma'am.
wrongly.
There may be in the haste, there may be some confusion because they are jumping on.
So Hardayal school grace marks were given.
Yes, the other
Grace marks were given only in Hardayal school? or-
only in Hardayal because I am told the reason is that in the other schools, grace period, that is time of loss, was compensated by the center itself. Extra time was given to them, as a result whereof they did not suffer any loss of time.
No, but tell us something. In
Individual
Hardayal
situations-
school, the paper was replaced with the correct paper later on?
I am told that both the papers happened to be given. After the confusion, the SBI paper was withdrawn and Canara Bank paper was allowed to be continued.
That's a fact.
In Hardayal school?
Yes, that is
So
what
that means in Hardayal school, all students wrote the Can Bank paper.
all
Be firm, put
Yes.
it on a piece of paper
Yes,
so that
we
there is a
On a
responsibility.
piece of paper.
Not just
We will,
to,
yes.
just to,
And
Manoj,
all students wrote the Can Bank paper at Hardayal school. Why were they given grace marks?
What we will do is, we will prepare the city-wise where this happened and center-wise. Why the different
Give
treatment?
it to us in the
Yeah,
afternoon. We
we
will
will do.
understand.
Yes, we will.
only one thing, Manoj, just to put
We'll
were papers replaced and under whose orders were the papers continued? Was NTA monitoring this from Delhi or what happened?
It is monitored from Delhi millets, and millets communication did
So
not.
did Delhi get to know in the morning that, look, the wrong paper has been disputed at these
What
ends?
time it came to the knowledge and what time the communication,
Tell us.
because millets, large number of centers.
Right. Tell us in the
Eight,
afternoon.
not large number.
Now, Mr. Huda, you have to wrap up. fast.
But in fact, I'm not allowed to proceed by the other side.
Lord, only one thing,
I was
just
on
to put
Hardal
things
School.
in
There are
perspective.
20 questions on Hardal School itself.
Lord,
They
only-
have made 4
only a
statements
minute,
with regard.
only a
Let
minute.
let me show. Milord,
Only
just
a
moment.
minute. Lord, my learned friend is arguing that the entire country's examination is vitiated and therefore there should be a retest. My Lord, giving examples of some mistakes
No,
here or
that's a
there out
systemic failure, my
of
lord.
4,570 may not, my Lord, serve his purpose of assisting them.
I'm saying there is a systemic failure, and I'm sequentially demonstrate that how the system
come
was
out
so
from Jhajjar
brittle
yet. You
and
come out
fragile,
Jhajjar,
and
then
which
Haryana,
was
then go to
tweaked
India.
at the whims and fancies of these invigilators and city center operators who are private individuals, got nothing to do with the government. With regard to Jhajjar, I'm just closing Jhajjar. I want to say, in the first response, they said Hardal School Canara paper was given. They attempted Canara paper. They evaluated Canara paper. No grace marks were given. This is their stand just now. They have changed it right now. With regard to the other 2 centers, they say there was a loss of time, and that is why grace marks were given. Just now they said it. Now they have again said it with regard to those 2 centers. No grace marks were given. Extra time was given then and there. Who took the decision? My lords have rightly asked the question. Now, with regard to Hardal School, just to fact I want to bring to my lord's notice, a student who got 719 marks in Hardal School with grace marks, they were given re-examination along with this 1563. The same student had, earlier the rank was 68 with 719 marks out of 720. Now the rank is 58,413. With regard to the student who got 718 in the same Hardal school, where the rank was 69, after re-examination, the rank is 38,497. Now they do not know whether Canara Bank was given or initially SBI was given. On 4th of June, they declare one result, that is SBI result. There is no separate key. They did not even disclose on 4th of June that there was loss of time. And that loss of time we have compensated with grace marks. This they had to come out with only when they were confronted with 719 marks and 718 marks, because this is not numerically possible with the number of marks and negative marking. Then they said, now in the entire country, what they do is, this NTA has collected about 400 crore rupees from the students. Thereafter, I give example of Seeker now, which is data-wise very important. Seeker has 49 centers in all. Out of 49 center, only one center is this Kendriya Vidyalaya. Rest 48 centers are, my lord, all private school, self-financed private schools. All their city coordinator, invigilators, superintendent are all private individuals whom NTA issue checks of 2,000 rupees a day or 2,500 or 1,500 rupees. Now, because this honorable court is kind enough to allow me to argue this case, because so many people have come to assist me. They've shown me photographs of the school, private school in a village where this exam is being conducted. It doesn't even have a boundary wall. Now, I have not gone through their entire process. I will not call it as a SOP. Now, that indicates that at 5:20, the paper is collected by the invigilator. And the OMR sheet is taken. OMR sheet is taken. Now, what is the time when this OMR sheet is to be sealed? It's nowhere prescribed. It remains in the center. We have spoken even to the center vigilators. Either 2-3 hours, it keep lying in every center with the center superintendent. And then they have to deposit it somewhere where all the OMR sheets are collected, like for seeker. There is one place where OMR sheets are ultimately collected in one center. There is no procedure NTA prescribed that 5:20 this OMR sheet is collected, then 5:30 it should be sealed in the presence of the students. Because they have trained these invigilators across the country.
Then what time do they get deposited with the centralized deposit?
There is no time given, Milord. Let them file a specific affidavit if they have ever in black and white.
How soon after the examination concludes at 5:50?
Milord, it is
the sealing process taking place?
Milord, they say that it is 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Ultimately, it gets deposited with the city center.
But before
What
that,
time
when
is
does
the
sealing takes place?
Milord, this I could not find in their entire SOP. I have placed it before this all.
That's the point.
So, Milord, I would say I will show the data.
Now, Mr. Huda, please go to
Milord,
the data.
I'm coming to the data, Milord.
Please come to it.
Yes. Now, Milord, after analyzing the data, what we find, there are certain centers which are doing exceedingly well. It's not the students, that the centers are doing exceedingly well. Like Milord, Kota and Seeker both have almost equal number of students appearing. Mismatch also.
Yes.
Milord, the data I wanted to show after giving this background, that after 5:20, there is a lot of time and leeway.
Got your point. You did not
And because Milord, Kota and Seeker had equal number of students appearing, if we calculate Milord, first top centers in the country getting students having more than 650 rank, I'm sorry, marks, then 38 center out of 49 center are only from Seeker.
Student getting over 650 marks.
That's right.
38?
38 out of 50.
What is 50?
50 top centers, Milord, in the entire country.
Where's more than 650 marks?
That's right. If 650 is taken as a cutoff and we evaluate that what are the top 50 center in the country.
Where even one student gets more than 650.
That's right. So all students put together getting more than 650 are from Seeker out of
38
50.
out of 50
Correct.
are from
Seeker. Seeker alone. 38 centers, Milord. And 6 centers, Milord, adjoining to Rajasthan, which falls in Haryana. That's a Mahendragarh, Bhiwani. Rewari, Mahendragarh, Bhiwani. And now, Milord, may kindly see this. There are two factors.
what I've taken down is that Kota and Sikar centers had broadly equal number of students appearing. Students getting more than 650 marks.
Yes, Milord. Let me straight away show those charts, Milord.
38 out of 50 are from Sikar alone, 6 in Mahendragarh, Rewari and Bhiwani.
Correct, Lord.
Now show us the chart.
Yes, Milord. Milord, may kindly permit me to refer to my second supplementary note.
Which you have just given today, no?
Yes, Milord, which was filed, Milord.
Page?
Milord, first annexure, page 13 is their SOP, which I said that there is no time given for sealing after OMR is collected. Then, Milord, the data of top 50 centers, Milord, that is page 101, annexure C. But before that, Milord, allow me to show one more chart at page 100 for a moment, Milord. This again, they have to answer it, Milord, if they can answer it post lunch. The difference in the data declared on 4th of June and 20th of July, page 100, Milord, may kindly see this table. Milord, just see Bihar.
Just one second.
Page 100, my lord. That's right. Mismatch in the result published on 4th of June 2014 and 20th of July 2024. 4th of June 24 and 20th of July 24.
Yes.
But just see Bihar at serial number 4. As per 4th of June, registered were 1,54,000, appeared 1,49,000 something, qualified 74,743. Now the data on 20th of July. Appeared student 1,36,000. The difference is 13,000.
Right.
And my lord, this difference is appearing almost everywhere. And we will respond to that after they respond to it.
4th of June and 20th July, the number of students comes down.
Correct.
Appeared students.
That's right. My lord, Rajasthan, my lord, may kindly see specifically Rajasthan also for this.
There is something plus also like Tamil Nadu. There.
Yes.
Rajasthan is plus 18,000.
Yes. Now, my lord, what happens? My lord, let me explain it. Let me, my lord, explain it for a moment. What happens is, in their system, if I am a resident of Rohtak, Haryana, if I fill up an address of Tamil Nadu, I want to go to Sikar, I can simply fill up my address, some address of Sikar, and they will treat me as a student of Sikar. And I will get a center somewhere in Sikar. People have gone from Godhra, Gujarat to Karnataka, Belgaum. One incident is a girl who got 705 marks on 4th of June. She got failed in 12th class and she's getting 31 out of 100 chemistry and so on and so forth. People have traveled from Odisha, Karnataka to Godhra. And Lord, with regard to this, one professor wrote an email which I have placed on record a month before, that this is a scam happening.
How many students had, would we know what their original place is? And
Lord, what happens is they do not connect it with Aadhaar card or any proof of residence. They open their system. They say you fill up the address of your residence, whatever you feel like, and we will treat it to be your residence address, and we will allocate you center as per the address you give it here. Absolutely no system in place to verify that.
So, are you contending? Suppose I am a student, I am ordinarily residing in Delhi. When I fill up my form online, I can choose a center, say in Sikar, or I can fill out a center in somewhere in Tamil Nadu or Kerala. Any?
Lord, I am free to give whatever address I want.
Showing us by showing some residence over there.
Not even showing, filling it up. Just I need to type it.
At what point of time do they verify whether you are actually a resident of that?
At no stage, my lord, may kindly note it.
A student can choose a center in any part of the country.
Any part of the country.
And you don't have to submit any document?
Absolutely no proof, my lord. And there is an email, if I can straight away invite some lord kind attention to that email for a moment. Professor email.
It's not a change of center, but choice of center.
Choice of center. Page 190. Page 190 of my lord, this my lord may kindly permit me to.
Writing an email that there is a scam.
No.
Mr. Solicitor, just tell us this later on when your turn comes. Argument is that a student can choose a center of their liking anywhere in the country by saying, I reside there.
Yes, sir.
Does the student at any point of time of the registration process have to produce any documentary material to indicate that they are residents of that place?
I'll answer that. But when I give the figures of seeker, he's taking on seeker, I'll be able to justify the success rate has gone down, but we'll be able to show that. Let me come to my place. I can't go by.
How does it work when a center is sought by a student? Student applies for a center or city when you submit an application for it?
City.
City.
Center
now, when
is
a
not.
Student applies for a city, does NTA require in the student to upload any document?
Just followed inquire and Malad.
Absolutely.
Or does that student just choose a city anywhere in the country?
Correct.
Let them verify.
Correct. Lord, I just want to point out an email, like Lord would remember, Kaka College had written them with regard to Godhra a month earlier. In their, they did not act on it. In their reply, they say now they have marked this college Kaka email to some competent authority to look into it. Now, with regard to this, allow me, Lord, to refer to this email at page 190.
Was the data? We passed that on the day before yesterday.
Milord, yes, yes, Milord, I'm coming back. Milord, I'm already on the tables, Milord. Milord, I'm already on the tables. Milord, may kindly see. Yes, Milord, I was page 100. Milord, I'm showing this data. I was at page 100 to demonstrate.
Ultimately, up to now, we have dealt with Hazaribagh, we have dealt with Patna, we have dealt with,
this all will demonstrate.
No, my lord, give me
The
some time.
submission is-
My friend has taken a long, I have no quarrel. I have to attend some other matter. I'll be grateful. I will only take 10 minutes. That I am 10 minutes. My lord, my lord, if you go by seniority, I am 66, I am senior. But we have followed a different rule. I have no quarrel.
No.
I have no quarrel.
I every
Yes.
standard, Mr.
No, Mr. Tushar Mehta, you're only 59. Junior to me in bar and age. Yes. Please don't insult seniors. But my lord, I only take 10 minutes.
Second, any group matter, one person leads.
No, my lord, I only take 10 minutes, my lord.
We are also.
No, because I believe that he is.
Second, Mr. Nedumbara, it would be wrong to say that he has taken time. We are also.
No, I am not blaming anybody, my lord. I am only requesting 10 minutes to be given to me. Then, my lord, relieve me. That's all. 10 minutes to me. 10 minutes to me, my lord. If I can, before lunch, my lord, I have another matter to be. I'm taking adjournment after adjournment in Madras High Court. I want to appear online.
All right.
So 10 minutes.
I was page 100, the table, just to demonstrate the mismatch. And this is for them to explain that how the number of candidates who appeared in a particular state has gone down from the result declared on 4th of June to the result declared on 20th of July. Then, my lord, at page 101, annexure C is the list of top 50 centers, which indicates, my lord, that how these centers are concentrated in Sikar.
Of heart. This is very important. Just 1 second.
Yes.
Let's go closely on this. Yes.
Lord, I have given the center code, number of students appeared, how many students above 700, then the percentage of 700 plus, above 650, percentage of above 650, above 600, percentage of above 600, and then above 550. I have gone only up to above 550. Now, this will show a concentration.
Where?
The concentration here is, my lord, primarily Sikar. My lord, may kindly see this. Rajkot, there is one station at Rajkot, my lord, where the total number of students is 1968. Center code, where 12 students above 700. 115 above 615. There is something special with Rajkot, this center code. That's fine. That will Seeker after Rajkot. 1,000 students, 8 are above 700.
9 are above.
And then, my lord, I'm on next item, Seeker Rajasthan. Out of 1,001 student appearing, 8 above 700, then 69 above 650, and 115 above 600. And then 241 above 550. And also kindly keep it in mind, city coordinators are the owners of these schools, and these are private schools. And the invigilators are the employees of these private schools. And the possibility cannot be ruled out that these teachers are not in league with the coaching centers, my lord, which are operating in Kota and Sikar.
Are what? Are the city coordinators? City coordinators are government employees or they're
No,
private employees?
they are principals of the particular school which
Private
is the center.
schools.
Sorry,
Principal of the school where the center is located.
Private schools.
city coordinators.
City coordinator means.
Yes, ma'am.
So it will be a
City,
city coordinator.
It's completely privatized.
principal of CBSE school is the city coordinator.
No, there is in Sikar there is no CBSE school. There is only one this Kendriya Mahavidyalaya. 48 are the private schools, my lord. And CBSE affiliated, not CBSE run.
They are all CBSE schools.
CBSE affiliated school.
But they are CBSE affiliated schools, not CBSE run schools.
Top 50, you are saying that there is a concentration of seekers.
Correct, my lord. Kindly see this table, my lord. It shows all Sikar. 38 of them, my lord. Not a coincidence, my lord. And I'm sure, my lord, consistently, even the last year also, these, my lord, even last year also and last to last year also, this seeker must be doing well for the reason. Because all these private schools, my lord, they are together, CPSC affiliated or Rajasthan board affiliated. Now, one of them is a city coordinator. Rest are the invigilator. And my lord,
But tell us, Mr. Huda, assuming that that is so, I mean, can that be a ground to cancel the entirety of the exam all over the country? Or two, to cancel the exam for seeker as a
no,
whole?
my lord, what I say, I bow down.
There be sure a retest for
My
seeker.
lord, what I humbly submit
There's
is,
sufficient data in itself.
If
Lord,
all
what-
over the country,
what
there are
assembly-
6 people per 1,000 who get above 600, all over the country. That's the average. And in each place in Seeker, you get 75, you get 80. That's the
So just let's see this, what you
The
have
country
completed
average.
over here.
Please,
It's
the
so-
reference value is the country average.
वो डाउनलोड करके पहले उसको will magnify मेरे को दिखने में
Not-
नहीं दिखता।
my lord, what I humbly submit is,
Have a paper copy of that page.
Words only.
yes, my lord, it's there. My lord.
Less than 10.
3 दे दिया. Give 3. This is my lord 100, 500 and above. This is not with regard to.
It's about this percentage. You're, Mr. Hegde, above what?
6 people per 1,000. That's 0.6% is on an average. That's the national. That should be the reference value. Now, if your lordship takes the first one in Rajasthan, or see the Vidya Bharati Public School, let us see how many of them have got in. So above 550, which gets you a state, there are 241 students who have got above 550
Out of 1,000.
out of 1,000 students. 1 in 4 students.
Lord, this is alluding towards systemic failure. And all these people are not from Sikar. They have come from all over the country. They are not people who have taken coaching from Sikar. Because of this systemic failure.
That they have not taken coaching from.
I do not know, because if I compare it.
Don't make statements.
Hold on, please. If I compare it with Kota is the coaching
Kota
hub.
and Sikar are education
And
hubs.
yes,
People from
now
students from
and
all
the
over
number
the
of
country
students appeared
stay
in
there.
Kota.
There are hostels, PG accommodations. It's a coaching class. So don't say that they are not from. They are not.
Belgavi, Milord, in Karnataka is not a coaching hub where a girl goes from Anjali Patel, goes from Gujarat to Belgavi. She fails, she appears in 12th class standard in Gujarat because she's from Gujarat. She failed, but she went all the way to Belgavi, got 705 marks. And Lord, what I'm told is the CBSE syllabus of 12th is completely in align with the syllabus of NEET examination. So it's not possible somebody getting 31 in botany out of 100 and getting 700.
Have you shown data from that center in Belgavi where she appeared? Were the people getting high marks unusually large at that center?
Lord, there are.
That you must show us.
Lord, I will. If I will show all these tables in seriatim, Lord, I will show that. So, Lord, this table at 101 indicates there is a heavy tilt for seeker because there is a systemic malaise which has worked in favor of the students appearing in these centers in seeker. And we cannot separate the tainted from the untainted. And all these private people, the person who is doing videography, I give just one example here. Their emphasis is that we videograph everything at all these centers. Though they are private people, in Savai Madhopur, may I have Milord's attention just for a moment? Their emphasis is that though all these are private people, all the city coordinators, invigilators, but our CCTV monitoring is so robust that we catch them. In case of Savai Madhopur, it is their own case that a wrong question paper was distributed in a different language. And the question paper started at 2 p.m. They got to know, this is on record, and their reply on record to say that we got to know that wrong question paper has been given in Savai Madhopur, Rajasthan at 4:30 from the social media. They are on affidavit to say this. If
How do you establish, we made this point about Sikar, etc. How do you establish that the paper leak, according to you, has spread all over the country? What is the material for you to
Lord,
indicate?
on that, Lord, I'm on a second point now. So far as paper leak is concerned,
Part of this case is the paper leak, right?
not only that, Lord, my very predominant argument besides paper leak is their systems are so fragile, which are being consistently compromised because everybody is private. They are issuing just checks in the name of some videographer sitting in Delhi, some coordinator in the city who are the owners of the private school and the principals. They have absolutely no check.
Tell us one thing. We'll ask you something frankly. Are you challenging the result of this NEET, or are you appearing for people who don't want the NEET at all?
No, Lord. What I'm pointing out that this NTA, the way it is holding this examination can't be sustained for the reason that there is absolutely no system in place. Lord, as I was pointing out, just allow me a moment on here.
It be also far-fetched to say that there is.
Lord, let me show you. Lord,
we have loopholes, we will address them.
But Lord, the loopholes are being exploited on the face of it. The data is being shown.
Oh, you have to show us that there is a systemic destruction of the sanctity of the exam.
Lord, on that,
Across India.
one thing. Lord,
now you have basically concentrated on Hazaribagh, you have concentrated on Patna, you have shown us some examples from Bahadurgarh, what happened in Bahadurgarh.
Let me
quickly. Student from Gujarat goes to Belgavi and gets associates failed. Where have you demonstrated before us a
systemic failure? Lord, what is this systemic failure and what is the malaise in this system which they have adopted for this examination? If I count them quickly, one is the time gap after the OMR sheets are taken and the time being deposited, it is in the private hands where there is no time fixed for sealing it, and in whose presence these OMR sheets are being sealed. I'm alluding toward a systemic failure that, Lord, here in Sikar, Mahendragarh, wherever this concentration is happening, the OMR sheets are being consistently tampered with after the exam is over. Lord, as is being suggested by the government of India that the question paper could be sold in 1 hour and in another hour the students could do it. In the same manner, after taking the OMR sheet at 5:20, The entire staff in the college, which is a private school and all private invigilators, they have the question paper with them. And they have 2-3 hours with them. What prevents them from filling up the OMR sheets and then depositing it with the city center? So it is this loophole which is being exploited here in Sikar and all these centers, Lord, which are a shining star in the entire sky. Belgavi, Lord, why a girl who failed in Gujarat goes all the way to Belgavi? Lord, the reason is this, not only paper leak. Lord, I'm on a next point.
Now tell us, that girl who went to Belgavi, all right, we'll take it as a prima facie suspicious case.
Yes, sir.
The center where she appeared from, what is the performance of that center?
Yes, Milord, I have that.
6% success ratio and 7% success ratio. And Belgaum,
Milord,
2% success
Milord,
ratio.
about
I
8
showed those
people
figures.
are, Milord, Belgavi is not a coaching center. Milord, the one reason, Milord, the third thing I want to allude to.
Centers in Sikar? How many centers in Sikar?
Sikar is 49 centers.
How many students in Sikar?
Yes, the total number of, yes, Milord, we have the data. 27,000. Milord, this is, just allow me, Milord. Total number is 27,216.
Students.
That's right, Milord. 49 centers. Milord, it is at page 10.
27,216 students from Sikar.
That's right.
How many students, what is the cutoff to be in the first 1,08,000?
About 580.
If your lordships can give me only 5 minutes to show my charts, that
Lord,
might answer most of your lordships'
Milord,
questions.
I'm
Rather than going all around.
I'm on a complete, Milord, just allow me to complete.
All right, 27,216 students. Just tell us.
8,000 of them have got above 500.
How many?
8,225 have got above 500.
Yes, Milord, this is the data at page 103. Milord, this data is there at page 103. Milord, may kindly just see this.
Now tell us, Mr. Solicitor, what would be the cutoff for broadly for the 1,08,000, the last student to be in the zone of admission to a medical college?
Yes.
What would be the cutoff?
Varies from state to state.
Cutoff is not different.
Varies from state to state. But if you've got above around 600, you're reasonably safe that you will get something.
No, my learned friend is.
It will vary from state to state because state domicile comes in.
I'll just, Lord, I have put that figure also. If you are having marked 600, you will stand at 81,000 in first 81,000. I have given, my lord, each wise 60, 600, 605, etc. I'll show, my lord. So a person getting 600 will, in all probability, will not get in at least government medical college, for the simple reason that though we are counting 50%, total seats are 1,08,000. 50% would be, my lord, one half. But from that 50%, 50% will go for SC, ST, OBC and EWS reservation. So merit candidates seats would be available would be 25,000. I have given, we have done the analysis from various angles to show what is the impact, if at all, at the national level, city level and the center level.
Lord,
that Sikar have the largest concentration of students. Sikar has 49 centers.
Yes. Sikar center-wise also we have done.
And
Lord, Kota, let me compare it with Kota.
District in the country which has more centers than Sikar, which is in country-wise.
I'll not do that.
Can you tell us which is the district which has the largest number of centers?
Lord, Kota, Lord, I'm just giving Kota as comparing, because Lord, Kota is the coaching hub.
Only a minute. What we have analyzed is city-wise, including Sikar, Kota and other, my lord, things which are, my lord, being discussed. We have examined how many students appeared in 2022 and what was the success rate. Similar exercise for 23 and similar exercise for 24. In fact, 24 for Sikar, the success rate has gone down. I'll be able to show that. We have compared it with 22, 23, 24. It is around 19%.
Lord, if they can
the success rate is 19%.
And I complete it. But what I'm alluding to is there is a systemic failure in the manner the NEET is examined. One, I said the no address verification. That is why student can go from.
Yeah. There are two ways of looking at this problem. You all came here because of paper leak. There's no escape from the fact that, yes, there has been a
Paper leak.
Is it your argument that the systemic failure which you are talking about now led to paper leak?
No.
So therefore, today we are trying to understand, we are trying to look into to what extent this leak precipitated in the entire country. If it is a case of systemic failure, that stands on a different footing.
Yes.
Because these are two different things. It is because of this paper leak, you are now able to demonstrate before us various irregularities, illegalities. Maybe, you may be right. But at this point of time, digressing from the issue of paper leak, to what extent can we now go into the question of systemic failure? Because we are trying to examine whether this leak led to that girl securing 705 marks at Belaguri despite failing in 12th standard. Let us address the issue in this manner, whether these candidates at Sikar who have performed exceedingly well, is it because of that paper leak?
I bow down.
There are
I quite
two
understand.
compartments.
These are two compartments.
There are two compartments.
So far as
One
paper leak is
talks
concerned.
about paper leak and to what extent the students took advantage of that leak.
Let me answer your lordship's question.
Please take your seat, Mr. Nedumbara. These are bad manners, bad manners. I am not very sophisticated like my Lord, the Chief Justice. You may feel bad. Please. 3 times I have said, please, quiet. We have 2 minutes to go. We are making Mr. Huda understand what is going on in our mind so that he can respond after recess. Therefore, you come to your note.
Please.
You come to your note, paragraph 8.
Yes, my lord.
That's the heart. That's the heart of your case.
Where you say that there's a
Just
leak has gone to other states. Where is there to, what is there any contemporary evidence to indicate that the leak went to other states?
Lord, the only thing on that I can say on paper leak is, Lord, so far as direct evidence of this crime is concerned, that is the file is before this honorable court, matter is being investigated. As petitioners who are not privy to the investigation, either by the Bihar police or now by the CBI, all we can rely on is a circumstantial evidence. In the circumstantial evidence,
Therefore, falling back on an alternative hypothesis that because of the systemic flaws in the process, therefore the credibility of the examination must have been breached in other
I'm
states.
so grateful.
That's your case.
That's
your
my case. On that,
So
Lord, I have
therefore
just 4 or 5
we have
things to
no
highlight.
evidence. We do not have evidence to show that there was a leak in other states. But because of these flaws in the examination process, therefore it's likely that the
This
sanctity of
inflation.
examination, and you have pointed out 3 aspects: time gap between the conclusion of the examination and the sealing of the OMR sheets, and absence of an SOP. 2, staff at the college may well tamper with the OMR sheets without depositing them. 3, there is no address verification of the center chosen by the student. These are the 3 aspects.
That's right. Now, Lord,
Anything else now? What remains for
because
you?
of
We'll have to call upon the others now.
Yes, I'm so grateful. And Lord, it is because of this that there is an evidence, and they maybe put to the question this, that how people from Gujarat going to Bellary, how people from Odisha, Karnataka, Maharashtra coming to Godhra, and how people from Bihar, if this investigation is carried out, my lord, would find people from Bihar have gone to Muktsar, Punjab. If these addresses are checked, that will show that there are.
This girl, instead of going to Belaguri, could have given to any of these sensitive.
She could have chosen, Lord, probably this is a connection. She got a connection.
Why did she have to
I asked you, that center at Belgavi, does it have any, does it show any untoward results?
Lord, it is there. Lord, this Belgavi, this is 8R plus 700 and 71R plus 650. I have not the chart. I will give it up post lunch.
Also, Mr. Mr. Huda, in many professional examinations, I don't want to name them, otherwise this will become another national story tomorrow. That, in many professional examinations, students do choose centers in a particular zone or whatever, because there's a perception that the marking on the curve is a little more lenient or a little more strict in certain centers. And you not mention those examinations. That may be,
Lord,
that may not
here-
be, that may
Lord,
not be
here the-
strong evidence to cancel the whole examination per se.
Well, Lord, this one will.
These systemic flaws which you have pointed out, we'll put to the solicitor, because these obviously have to be tightened up. Because they have to be tightened up. But as of now, I don't think you have indicated to us, and we'll give you now 5 minutes and we'll conclude your argument after lunch. So we'll hear the others and then wrap up.
5 minutes after lunch.
After lunch, 5 minutes.
Great.
So that you can conclude, now summarize what you
That's
have
fine.
argued in 5 minutes, and then we will go on to the
Great.
next person.
Your lordships will give me a little time. A little time, not much.
Sorry?
Your lordships will give me a little time, not much.
Possible marks and changing of the answers.
There are several things I
Anybody who now wants to follow will have to give something over and above what has been argued.
Please.
Mr. Huda has taken up
Please.
the entire record now.
But after lunch, your lordship give me 10, 15 minutes, then I'll relieve me, my lord.
I
I wanted to say something which,
I might even take it.
something which they haven't said.
We'll come back after.
Your Lordships, may I please mention items 12 and 35?
Come back after.
Check. Check, check, check. Check. Check 1, 2. दो मेन गैंग्स, एक दाऊद इब्राहिम वो जाके पाकिस्तान बैठ गया और एक छोटा राजन जो कहाँ है ये समझ में नहीं आता था। तो हम उनको इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सर्वेलेंस में रखते थे। तो ऑफिसर्स बोलते दो आवाजें तो पहचान ली हमने, एक विक्की मल्होत्रा की है, एक छोटा राजन की है, थर्ड आवाज नहीं पहचान रहे।
कौन थे वो?
अजीत डोवल सर। वो इन लोगों को डेवलप कर रहे थे।
With your Lordship's permission, may I mention a matter? There was a fresh matter, my lord, regarding fixation of provisional rent. I'm running a distillery there. It was just mention a matter. No, we've sent an email. There's something a little more. Why I'm mentioning regarding fixation of provisional rent. I was given liberty. I'm running a distillery there. It was listed on 11 July. No, we've sent an email. There's something a little more. Why I'm mentioning. Sent an email to the registry. We got an out given liberty to mention before your. But on 11 July, it was listed on 11 July. Your lordship was in the supplementary list because we sent an email. So it was all the time showing for tomorrow. So in the trial court on 11 July, after the court could not meet. Your lordship was in a meeting. Yesterday it has been deleted from tomorrow's. So it was all the time showing for tomorrow. So in the trial court, with great difficulty, we got the matter kept for tomorrow. Now, yesterday it has been deleted from tomorrow's for the caveator. So I mentioned before the court. It's been sent, we'll send it again. Mr. Huda appears for the caveator. Unfortunately, he's next.
He happens to be in the court.
If it can come, I mentioned before 5 in the morning. That is there, then if he can. If it can come, I mentioned before 5 in the morning, I was told.
We're on opposite sides. Urgent Section 9 arbitration matter. We were requesting, in view of the need for interim orders, could we're on opposite side on Friday. Urgent Section 9 arbitration matter. We were requesting, in view of Friday for interim orders, could your lordships list it on Friday?
No,
Or
that-
Monday.
That will keep on.
Friday or
Neet
Monday,
may
whichever.
go on
No
for the
problem.
whole day.
Either.
Friday, my
Today's
lords.
board, we are planning to distribute between when we in fact discharge the
Or Monday.
board of today, because Neet may go on for the whole day. And today's board, we are planning to distribute between when we in fact discharge Wednesday, Thursday, if possible board of Friday, because Neet will get over. They'll be all over before we
My lords,
we'll
by
space out the
request,
matters between
Friday may be better.
Wednesday and Thursday.
We'll give a
if
slip to the
possible on
courtmaster.
Friday,
We are
so
opposing
that
each other.
They'll be all
Put it
over
on Friday.
before.
Your Lordship,
I'm most grateful.
Friday.
Request,
There is
Friday may
false
be
matter.
item
better.
12 and
We'll give a slip to the courtmaster. We are
Earliest
opposing
date
each
it
other.
can be
You have to put it on Friday.
Your
Other
Lordship,
matters will
I'm
be all
most
spread out
grateful.
in this week
There is
itself.
some 37,
Item
I'll give
12
it
and
to fresh matter.
Earliest
date it
We'll
can be.
do that, yes. Other matters will be all spread out in
I
this
just said
week
that
itself.
all of
Item
them will be
37,
spread
I'll
out.
give it
This
to-
week
Can I just
itself.
One request, because item 14 for Friday, not for Wednesday, Thursday, because I have some difficulty.
I just said that
Your
all of
Lordship,
them
I
will
have
be
a
spread out.
request in
This
items
week itself.
12 and 35. May I request for Monday? Mr. Salve is appearing in those matters. He's requesting if Monday. Your Lordship, I have a request in
has to be
items
done,
12 and
right?
35. May I request for Monday? Mr. Salve is
These are
appearing in
fresh
those
matters.
matters. He's requesting if Monday could be given.
Indicated for
Right,
listing next
right?
month, 33.
Yes.
This is matter, a public interest
These are
litigation
fresh
in respect of orphans, my lords. And your lordship's order on 16th November, October 2023. This is matter, a public interest litigation in respect of orphans, somewhere in the top of the list. And your lordship's order on 16th November,
Today we
October
have taken up
2023, my
on
lords.
We'll raise every matter.
I'm just
Today
requesting
we have need.
next week and somewhere in the top of the list, my lords, so that it can be taken up. On
But
miscellaneous
today we would
payments.
have taken up
miscellaneous
on
on the top of the list.
miscellaneous every matter each is by. Today we have need. Therefore, it's
And some, I'm only asking some date, my lords, if possible. On
On
miscellaneous day, my lords. Let on miscellaneous days on the top of the list. Let my friend has to come from Delhi, Lucknow, that's why some date, my lords, if possible.
Yeah, I just said in the next 3 days. It will be listed.
Let my friend has to come from. But a date if possible, my lord, date if possible.
Let Monday go ahead. Next Monday, 2 weeks.
Your Lordship, Monday is also miscellaneous day. Is
Yes,
Wednesday or
but a
Thursday
date if
or
possible, my lord, date if
Put it
possible.
on Monday go ahead. Monday.
Great, very good.
But Your Lordship, Monday is also
Item
miscellaneous
number
day.
8
Is Wednesday or
Should be on
Thursday or
next
Wed-
Monday.
Tuesday,
Put it on Monday.
Monday.
Secretary matter.
Great, very good.
Item number 8 Monday, madam. Item number 8 up. Should be on next Monday. Secretary matter. Item number 8. On next Monday.
Next 2 days, we'll spread it out in the next 2 days.
Lordship, item 13 may kindly be taken up on Friday because on Wednesday, Lordship, I have some.
Next 2 days.
So item 13 may kindly be
Spread it
taken
out
up.
in the next 2 days.
Yes, Lordship. This Friday. Item 13 may kindly be taken up on Friday because on Wednesday, Lordship, I have some difficulty. So item 13 may kindly be taken up.
1-3.
Yes, Lordship. This Friday.
On Monday, huh? Item 13, we'll take it up on Monday.
Item 32 is the Manipur students matter, madam.
On Monday, huh? Item 13, we'll take it up on Monday.
Item 32 is the Manipur students matter, madam.
Number 8. 8, who is appearing?
Item 20 will matter, madam. This will matter. By tomorrow.
8, who is appearing? Yeah, we'll issue notice in item 8.
Will
Yeah.
matter, madam. By tomorrow.
On, keep it after 2 weeks. Liberty to serve. We'll issue notice in item 8. State of Uttar Pradesh. Till the next date of listing, there shall be an addendum stay of arrest on, keep it after 2 weeks. Liberty to serve this pending counsel for the state of Uttar Pradesh. Till the next date of listing, there shall be an addendum stay of arrest. Keep it on case number. Same thing over and over again. It will be relisted in the next 3 days. Keep it on. We are just said by the end of the day, you will have it again. It will be relisted in the next 3 days. I just said this. By the end of the day, you will have the. Yes, Mr.
Consider, because before lunch, there were certain queries to the NTA to respond. If they can respond, I can.
So in their own turn, they will respond. Now you have to wrap up.
Consider, because before lunch, there were certain queries to the NTA to respond. If they can respond, I can.
So in their own turn, they will respond. Now you have to wrap up.
Para
now.
8 of my second supplementary submission.
5 minutes for me, my lord.
Yeah,
What
now
I
5
say
minutes,
is,
please wrap up.
insofar as leak is concerned,
Para 8 of
I
my
say
second
Sanjeev Mukhia
supplementary
is the
submission.
history sheeter, is the gangster who is into this business.
Insofar
And
as
he
leak
is yet to be
concerned,
arrested. I say
there are
Sanjeev
people who have been
Mukhia
arrested
is the
from
history
Rajasthan.
sheeter, is the gangster
The solvers
who
were
is
taken
into this
from
business.
Rajasthan.
and
dissemination was through a WhatsApp group.
There are people who have been arrested from
it is
Rajasthan.
not possible that it
The
remained
solvers were
confined
taken
to
from
Patna.
Rajasthan.
Rest, my lord,
The
the direct
dissemination
evidence
was through a
to which
WhatsApp
I'm
group
not
on
privy
is before my lords.
So it is not possible
The
that it
story
remained
given by
confined to Patna.
the CBI
Rest,
that
my lord,
it
the
is
direct
in the
evidence
morning of
to which
5th,
I'm not
the
privy is
time
before
gap
my
in
lords.
between and solving and memorization is my lord,
story
impossible
given
to
by
be digested. The
It's
CBI that
completely
it is
unnatural
in the
story.
morning of 5th, the time
Leak
gap
has
in
happened,
between and solving and
and Lord,
memorization
if
is
the
Lord,
paper was
impossible to be
available on
digested.
4th, leak
It's
has happened
completely
prior
unnatural
to
story.
4th.
In any
Leak
case, Lord,
has
prior
happened
to 3, on 3
and
or
Lord,
prior
if
to
the
3.
paper was available on 4th, leak has happened prior
Now,
to
Lord, the chart,
4th.
I just
In any
want to
case,
show
Lord,
one
prior to
chart
3,
at page
on 3 or prior
107
to
of
3.
my second supplementary note. Where,
Now,
Lord, I was
Lord, the
referring to
chart,
this I just want to
city-wise
show one
chart.
chart at
The
page
chart of
107
seeker.
of
Lord,
my
just 2-3
second
charts I want to
supplementary
demonstrate
note.
that there is no
Where, Lord, I was referring to
bell-shaped
this
curve.
It is a
City-wise
sphere
chart.
shape.
The chart of seeker. Lord, just
Chart
2-3
which,
charts I want to
is
demonstrate
there.
that there is
If
no
we put the data together
bell-shaped curve
for
number
it is
of
a
centers.
sphere shape. So they have been saying, Lord,
Chart
the,
which
is there.
make
If
it
we
a
put
chart,
the data
then
together,
Lord, it is
for
sometime
number of
west
centers.
tapering chart.
So they have been saying, Lord, sometime it is
if we
make it a
tapering chart, and
then Lord,
sometime
it is
sometime
it's
west
a straight
tapering
pyramid.
chart.
So
Sometime
it is,
Lord, may kindly see
page
east
107,
tapering chart in
Sikar
Rajasthan.
it
One
is,
chart for Sikar
it's
Rajasthan.
a straight pyramid. So there,
My
Lord, may
second
kindly see
supplementary,
page 107,
Seeker
submission.
Rajasthan. One chart for
So
Seeker
Lord, may kindly see,
Rajasthan.
this is the chart for Seeker. They
My
say bell
second
curve is the
supplementary,
actual
submission.
picture which should
So Lord, may
arise.
kindly see this is the
Now,
chart
Lord, may
for
kindly,
Seeker.
skip over the next few.
They say bell
Then,
curve
Lord,
is
may
the
kindly see at page
actual
108
picture which should
the last chart
arise.
Now,
The
Lord, may
first
kindly,
chart, Lord, this is
skip over
the
the
center
next
wise.
few. Then, Lord, may kindly see at
The
page
last chart
108
on this page,
the last chart
is again indicating.
the first chart, Lord, this is
the center
something
wise.
unusual. Then, Lord, may kindly
The
see the
last
next
chart on this
at page
page
109
is again indicating
something unusual. Then, Lord, may kindly see the next chart at page 109. These kind of charts are, Lord, there, where the people getting 700, 600, 500, even 100, it's a squarish, it becomes. It's certainly at variance with the bell curve. Now, my lord, I leave this data here. Now, my lord, the other thing, because my second alternative argument, not only alternative, my lord, in addition to the argument is, in this examination, there was a complete systemic failure, which I have flagged by demonstrating. I'm just recapitulating. One is no address verification. Anybody can go anywhere, and this is one. Two, there was no CCTV camera monitoring. This I substantiate by saying, in their own affidavit, they say in Savai Madhopur.
No CCTV camera monitoring at which place?
Blood, at anywhere.
At any?
At no place. There was a CCTV. Their claim is that they have been live. There has been a live monitoring through CCTV camera. I demolish it by showing that in Savai Madhopur, it is their case that a question paper in a wrong medium was distributed amongst the students. There was no monitoring. The question paper started at 2 p.m. Their affidavit before this honorable court is that at 4:30.
Well, we'll consider all that now.
Let me complete.
No,
4:30.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yes. 4:30, they got to know through social media that in Savai Madhopur, there was a wrong question paper distributed. So this is their thing.
All right. Then
now,
third.
yes. Now, the other red flag is, they have said the same day re-examination started. They were given the question paper at Savai Madhopur and other places.
We will read on
this is a bullet point.
I give you 5 minutes, 5 minutes
Yes,
over now.
I'm just giving a bullet point. They say that...
Now 5 minutes are over. Now last 30 seconds, you can make your bullet point.
Yes. They say that there at certain centers where wrong question paper was given, the same day they have given taken the question paper again. I said they were given the question paper maybe in Hindi, maybe in English. The students retained the question paper for 6 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Uda. We'll look at
And
it.
Lord, just one
Yes,
sentence,
Mr.
if
Hegde,
I can just add last one sentence, Lord. If this honorable court do not agree for a re-NEET, then Lord may kindly consider at least the qualified people. Qualification is 164 marks. At least qualified people should be asked to redo the examination, which will constitute about 13 lakh people.
13 lakh. Thank you, Mr. Uda.
13 lakh.
Yes, Mr. Hegde.
Grateful.
My lords have been subjected to a long presentation. I'll keep mine as crisp as possible.
What are your submissions? Just formulate now.
Well, it's just, okay. My submission to your lordship is that classic Michael Sandler question, what is the right thing to do? Today, your lordships is faced with a situation where admittedly there has been a leak from Hazaribagh. Please don't think of it as the Patna leak, think of it as the Hazaribagh leak. It was caught at Patna, and we do not know today where all it leaked. Because the papers, your lordships has the investigation reports. The investigation reports say that at least some of the mobiles, the messages went to about 100 people. We do not know the extent of the leak. The timing of the leak, however, we know with reasonable certainty, it did not happen on the morning of the 5th, but it happened at some point prior to the night of the 4th. It could be the 3rd, it could.
Yes.
Now, your lordships will bear in mind that criminal investigations which have gone to the CBI have not gone only from Patna or Hazaribagh. They have gone from 5 different states.
Yes.
That itself is proof that at this point of time, the investigator have not come to any conclusion that this was a localized leak. Now, did we have a fair exam? My lords, here, NEET is used not only as inter-se competition. NEET is also used as a qualification. If you are qualified in NEET, you are not only qualified for the medical colleges at government expense. Many foreign countries also take NEET as you have qualified. It's cheaper sometimes to go to Ukraine and get a medical seat based on your NEET qualification because you have passed the qualifying exam of your country. So the 164 cutoff, which turns to about 13 lakh people, all of them, have they been judged by a fair and equitable standard? And can we, with any sense?
164 out of 720 is a qualifying.
Yes.
Percentile, 50%.
It's the 50th percentile. So exactly half of them. Now, the question is, can we say that among them, everybody got marks which they were fairly entitled to? It is my respectful submission, my lords, that in a competitive exam, you cannot trust a competitive exam which turns out 61 toppers. Inevitably, my lords, in any data cohort, you may have 2 or 3 people who may share marks or who may crack it. Well, it's when GMAT and all those exams were held. It is rare that somebody cracked everything, got that 7 perfect
Also,
score.
the 61, 44 are those actually who got the marks, not grace marks, but got full marks because of question 9.
Because of one question.
2 and 4.
But that also means that those 44 got marks for 179 questions right. That itself is a very high figure. Those 44 people and then couple it with what is called rank inflation. If the syllabus had been made easy, then a rising tide raises all boats together. What has happened is that in that magic zone of above 650, there are more than 50,000 students. This is a huge red flag. I was asking some of my clients, who their parents are doctors also, to think in terms of a medical analogy. And the analogy I was given was that when you suspect cancer, the tests are inconclusive. Then what you do is, as a matter of precaution, to go into chemotherapy. You cannot take the risk of letting the cancerous substances metastasize. That is where the real problem is. Today, my lords, at a stage of incomplete investigation, if your lordships were to say that, look, so far you have shown us only Hazaribagh, Patna, we do not know exactly where it is going. Do we ask a whole host of people, maybe 24 lakh, maybe 13 lakh, maybe 2 lakhs, to rewrite the exam? What if your lordships were to turn us all down and say that, no, they have given adequate justification? What your lordships at today's date will not be aware as to how many cells or how many persons got into the system. And each government seat is a case of the government spending about 1 crore per year per medical student. So at about 25,000 government seats in the general category, my lords, I also represent students who have got 690, 640 and all that. They will get a seat somewhere. But what they are not assured of is that they have got a fair rank.
They are not.
And after having taken your lordships through the student perspective, my lords, please look at the institutional perspective. Please look at NTA's constant responses to your lordships. If the NTA had been a serious examination agency, it would have been most concerned about the integrity of the process. But what did it do? On the 5th itself, when it was told that the paper had leaked, and on the 5th, if it had taken a decision that, look, once there is a leakage of a paper, we find it unsafe. And supposing they had taken that decision and we were challenging it, saying, look, it leaked only in one place. How can you scrap an entire exam? Would your lordships have found an outrageous defiance of logic in that decision? I'm turning the question around.
Yes.
The NTA continued to deny the fact that there was a leak. It did not cooperate with the Bihar police. Apparently, the EOU even wrote them letters. They did not immediately cooperate. My lords, there were special circumstances this year. In May and June, everybody was preoccupied with the elections. Nobody was possibly there to guide them. It is quite possible that the administrative agency thought, just let the thing blow over or let whoever comes in guide us. Continually, they kept denying, and it was only when your lordships asked questions that then came that little thing that yes, we did give grace marks, but we can redo it by a retest for some 1563 students. At that stage also, if they if they had looked at their own data. If today they have not been transparent, they haven't given the full data. In fact, all the data that Mr. Huda has so painstakingly given your lordships has been after we were served with about 4,500 PDF files. That had to be run through, data had to be extracted, and we can see some hotspots. Whether they are hotspots, whether they are red flags, that is for them to explain. Then, my lords, the NTA continues to be in denial. It's only as late as the 22nd of June that changes are made in personnel and that the CBI is put in charge of the investigation. I do not know what has been there in that report. I do not know whether there is a theory of investigation. But what comes out is that there is an organized gang which has a prior history of leaking papers. It is their business model. And, my lords, when educational excess becomes a business model, the leaked paper is a time-limited commodity. You have it for 2 days or less. You have to maximize profit. And everybody into whose hands it goes, whether it is the paper solver or anybody else, will try to maximize.
Anything else now?
Just give me 2 more minutes, my lords. The fact is that we cannot tell the students that this is a fair exam. We cannot send a signal to the NTA that we approve of what you have done, nor can we tell those who indulge in these practices that, look, you may very well get away with it. Because if these results stand, those post-dated checks may still be cashed. They still have a value. So therefore, my lords, the safer thing to do is, your lordships has already done it. Your lordships has said retest for those 1563. If your lordships were to treat what has happened so far as step 1 of the exams, everybody above 164 had a chance at a medical seat. Those people, give them a re-examination, because your lordships will see from their own affidavit, which Mr. Huda also pointed out, somebody who's got 720 ends up with 640. Let everybody be accurately measured. That's the least that can be done, my lords. I'm grateful. My lords, just one thing before I go, since the Solicitor General is here and he likes Urdu poetry. The case can be summarized by one verse. तू इधर उधर की बात ना कर, मुझे ये बता काफिला क्यों लुटा, हमें रहजानों से गिला नहीं है, तेरी रहबरी का सवाल है. It is your guidance. It's your
Rehzano, not Rehzano. It's Rehzano.
Rehzano ki. Oh, obliged. Well, grateful, my lords.
2 minutes, my lord. Just I will take, my lord.
Just hear me.
My lord, I'll be grateful if your lordship give me little time and relieve me. Now, my lord, I'm grateful in one sense.
Now tell us, you want a retest, you don't want a retest.
I'm absolutely and unmissed and categorical terms asking for a retest. And my lord, I'm not asking for the.
I thought, you didn't want a retest.
No, my lord. My lord, I said, I'm happy that people, my prepared application. What I have said in the application have been echoed my friend Sanjay Hegde and my friend. Treat this examination as a preliminary examination and conduct a main examination now. And I believe that a JEE main preliminary examination. This, my lord, The issue here is not, we are not conducting a criminal trial. My lord, we are not even conducting a civil trial. The question whether the accuracy of these allegations are absolutely irrelevant. It is a question of, it is a question of common sense. It's a question of prudence. It's a matter, my lord, I may not be mistaken, it's a matter of governance. But, my lord, I rely on your lordship's own judgment to say that these issues involve violation of fundamental rights and therefore justiciable. I have only one difficulty I am asking myself a question. In Bombay, I always ask a question openly. Here I follow the Supreme Court practice of asking a question to myself. That, my lord, if these issues are justiciable, there are many who are qualified. And can this court ever decide without they being heard? Because these proceedings are not representative proceedings. But, my lord,
what do you have to argue on merits?
No, I am coming to that. My lord, the question is, it's an administrative, it's a question of governance. Large scale, my
You
lord,
said some other matters waiting for you, so you might as well come to the point.
no, I'm exactly on the point. I'm exactly on the point. The point is that the integrity of the examination, the credibility of the examination is under doubt. It is not because the my lord, leak is proven in Rajkot. It is not because leak is proved.
Apart from what Mr. Huda argued.
No, I am not saying anything which
Anything else?
No, my lord, let me. No, my lord, Lordship, I have been very kind to and very patient to Huda. I am not uttering a word which my friend Huda has said. I will not. Only two things, my lord. The other day I said.
What is the first thing out of the two?
No, my lord.
You said two things. What is the first thing?
First, my lord, only thing which I endorse Huda is as a reference to my lord, the bell chart. And the bell chart before that, I rely on the.
That you have shown us now.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm taking. I will not say anything which somebody has argued. I will say only deal with issues which nobody has addressed. There is a counter affidavit. I'm not relying on anybody else's document except my friends, the government's counter affidavit. In counter affidavit in writ petition civil number 362 of 2024.
What's the point that you have?
A point, my lord, is
formulated?
Yes, the point is this graph shown is ex face incorrect. It is. I am only a commerce graduate. I am no engineer, but to me, and it find no difficulty to explain. I take your lordship to page 17. Page 17 of the counter affidavit. There, my lord, your lordship will find there is a year-wise mark obtained. Your lordship will have a look at, my lord? Yes. Then the total is the 2024 count between 700 to 720, etc., etc. It is the total I have calculated. It comes to 1,42,137. 1,32,137. Now, my lord, they have created a chart. They have given a chart, and that is on the previous page. At page 13, that's a so-called bell curve. It is so microscopic. My lord, here I take your lordship to page 13, detailed analysis. And, my lord, let me take your lordship to the entry 520 to 540. 520 to 540, and that is not directly linked to the dot shown above. It is in between. Now, they are given certain figures. 25.7, 23.2, 20, 12.7, and 2.3. And total is, it is 83,009. Your lordship, my lord, the figures. I'm going to take your lordship this chart. There's an important issue to be stated, my lord. This chart, 25, 23, etc. The total is 83,900. Going by their chart, the next page, the total number is 1,42,137. And there's a shortage of 58,237. And therefore, my lord, this chart is manifestly, I'm not using very strong expression, incorrect. My lord, the engineer who consulted said something else. My lord, I only quoted Mark Twain. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. So, my lord, therefore, this chart, this belt chart is a fraud.
Okay, thank you.
Then coming to that, then my friend took you, your lordship, to the chart of many centers. There, my lord, the belt chart concept. I'm now, my lord, it is not my argument that there is no leak because of the belt chart. It is the argument which my friends have addressed to the court to establish that everything is normal. So this belt chart itself, which shows, here it's all about first impression, what prima facie appears. No question of anything to be proved absolutely. Sikar, anybody can give you the explanation that Sikar is an education center, but that explanation will not work with the Rajkot. Rajkot is not a coaching center. But the fact to be considered is, now this leaks has been, the leak industry. The leak industry is worth 25,000, 2,500 crores because 50,000 medical seats are there, of which 25,000 my lord, on merit basis, and in the medical colleges the capitation fee is anything between 50 lakhs to 1 crore, and therefore this industry, what they are involved in is an industry worth 2,500 crores, and leakage, the question of examination leakage, that has been happening for many years. I would, my lord, it happened in 2013, it happened in 2014, it happened in 2016, and these stations which we have referred to in Haryana, that was all involved in that. And in 2017, the matter came before this court.
Sir, Nedumar, I've got the general drift of what you are arguing. Thank you.
Then, my lord, let me conclude it, my lord, with one or two sentences. Then, my lord, let me conclude it. Now, therefore, the question whether the leak which is not in dispute, which occurred in Patna, whether it has reflected in the results elsewhere. For instance, Latur. Latur is not a great educational coaching hub, and that is a question which is not extremely relevant, because ask any student, and I have filed a petition. I take your lordship to the petition. All the students, the petitioners have scored. All of them have scored more than 650. That they filed an application for impleadment, and that application.
Yes, Nedumara, that we got to us.
Yes, I will only take your lordship to the marks. The petitioners, there are 16 numbers who are scored.
They've all got more than 60.
Yes, the numbers. I'm just taking 1 minute to your lordships. 690. Why are they? Then Anuraga Turko 652, and one of the students is here, and she got.
You got the point.
Yes. So therefore, my lord, my conclude.
Yes. Thank you.
Their examination be cancelled, and re-examination be conducted for those who are eligible. 13 lakh students.
2.5. Because my first prayer was, my lords, re-Neet. My lord, I am not repeating what my learned seniors have argued. There was only one judgment for your lordship's assistance, my lord. The observations are very relevant in this Tanvi Sarwal's judgment. Sarwal's case. Because, my lords, in lordships came to a conclusion that there were 44 students confirmed who would have benefited. In that situation also, your lordships were... 6 lakhs. Yes, out of 6 lakhs. But your lordships were in a situation to see what could be done in this situation, whether it should cancel the exam or, my lords, wait for the investigation. But in that situation, your lordships have cancelled the exam, certain observations, because ultimately these are medical doctors who are playing with their lives, my lords. They will be... What is that? Yes, my lords. 2015, 6 SCC. 573. Yes. I would, if my learned court master could
just repeat
this much. 2015 and 6 SCC. Lords, 2015 6 SCC 5 7 week. Lords,
The petitions what we have filed, that is the picture attached with the resolution.
because here in this situation, in this matter also, the investigation was in process. Certain reports were before your lordships, and your lordships did come to a conclusion that we don't need to wait for the reports. The very fact that 44 also have benefited. Lordship may just turn to 593 page, my lords. Lords, para 14.19. This was also my lords medical examination, APIMT, my lords, at that time, which CBSE was conducting before the NEET came in, my lords. If I may read, my lords, 14.19. Till date, 44 candidates have been, am I with your lordships? Yes. Till date, 44 candidates have been found to be confirmed beneficiaries in the scheme who have been supplied with answer keys during the examination through electronic devices installed in their vests. Out of 358 suspects, mobile numbers of beneficiaries, 44 have been found to be registered at fake identities. 166 million, all those were respect of the facts which were there in that. Then 15 million, the investigating agency in this report has stated in clear terms that from the disclosures recorded, it is beyond doubt that the strategy of providing answer keys has been executed by an organized gang with a network spreading over different parts of the country. The Inspector General Haryana, who was present with his team, having been granted the leave, submitted the investigation in full swing is in progress. Now, then I'll take your lordship down, Milords, where your lordships have held para 19, Milords. Segregating only the already 44 identified candidates stated to be the beneficiaries of the unprincipled maneuver by withholding their results for the time being, in our comprehension, cannot be the solution to the problem that confronts all of us. Not only thereby, if the process is allowed to advance, it would be pushed to the vortex of litigation pertaining thereto in the foreseeable future. The prospects of the candidates would not only remain uncertain and tentative, they would also remain plagued with the prolonged anguish and anxiety involved in the ordeal of court cases. Acting on this opinion would in our estimate amount to driving knowingly the students who are not at fault to an uncertain future with their academic career in jeopardy on many counts. Further, there would also be lurking possibility of unidentified beneficiaries. This is important. Candidates stealing a march over them on the basis of the advantages availed by them through the underhand dealings as revealed, having regard to the facts that the courts involved. Sorry, Yes, my lords. My lords, at the top of 595, very relevant, my lords, having regard to the fact that the course involved with time would yield the future generations of doctors for the country who would be in charge of public health, their inherent merit to quality for taking the course can by no means be compromised. Then, my lords, then they talk about the facts of the case, my lords, and then, my lords, around, my lords, 8-9 lines from the top. We are conscious of the fact that every examination being conducted by human agency is likely to suffer from some shortcomings, but deliberate inroads into a framework of the magnitude and the nature as exhibited in the present case demonstrate a deep-seated and pervasive impact, which ought to not to be disregarded or glossed over, lest it may amount to travesty of proclaimed mechanism to impartially judge the comparative merit of the candidates partaking therein. Then, my lords, if your lordship may come down to, my lords, para 21. Conscious are we that as a consequence, all India PMT Dental 2015 would have to be annulled, thereby disturbing the time schedule given by this court in so-and-so judgments, my lords. Though we respectfully subscribe to the calendar of the dates fixed in these cases, more particularly in the textual context thereof, we perceive that in the extraordinary fact situation that confronts us, where the examination involved is vitiated to the core by use of, my lord, deceitful means and measures to the benefit of some, the consideration of departure from the set time schedule per se would not be a wholesome justification to sustain the otherwise tainted exercise. The time frame fixed by this court in the above case, in our opinion, we are not intended to be inflexibly adhered to in the situation of the kind with which we are seized off. The schedule of dates was fixed so as to streamline and discipline the process of admission by uniform application. So, my lords, in this, my lords, then para 23, we are aware that the abrogation of the exam would result in some inconvenience to all concerned and that some extra time would be consumed for holding fresh examinations with the renewed efforts. This, however, according to us, is the price that stakeholders would have to suffer in order to maintain the impeccable and irrefutable sanctity and credibility of the process of examination, to assess the innate worth and capability of the participating candidates for being assigned inter se merits. Okay. So, my lords, in this, your lordships did order re-examination of more than 6 lakh students. My lords, at the cost when 44 was available before them that yes, they are confirmed beneficiaries. And my lords, the last submission in this, which I am obliged to my learned friend to have shown it, there is a statement line, even if one undeserving candidate, this is in para 20, even if one undeserving candidate, a beneficiary of such illegal mechanism, though undetected, is retained in the process, it would be a denial of claim for more deserving candidates. Lords. So, when para 20 lordships have said that. No, today, the university, there are other players in my petition. Your lordships are only considering re-NEET as of now because other players as of.
Like what?
Yes, my lord. I have said, my lords, in the alternative, my lords, if your lordships are not inclined, my lords, there were many students, not only 1563 students, who had been given question papers late. In fact, I have annexed OMR sheets, my lords, in my IA. My lords, 20, my lords, 220 is the time at which I have also annexed the invigilator instructions. They have to put the time. So there are many students. Nobody knew that they would get time frame, my lords, for the. And my lords, there is one student, my lords, who has written to them, my lords. That is an individual grievance, my lords. Should I argue it, my lords, now, or your lordship would consider only the.
We will not be dealing with him. We are not going to entertain individual grievances at all.
Then, my lords, then because
is not the remedy for that. Article 32 is not the.
No, my lords, because everything was before your lordship. Now the examination has to start. My lord, the counselling has to start. So, my lords, if the OMR sheet, my lords, I have not been given my OMR sheet, my lords, to my lords. That's one of the prayers. So I don't want, my lords. I am, my lords. No, because the.
My lords, I represent.
Only
I
request,
rep-
my lords, then if your lordship is not entertaining, at least give me a chance, my lords, to go to the High Court as regards that prayer, my lords. Otherwise, then I'll be, my lords, nowhere in that regard.
Yes.
My lords, I represent students from Varanasi, my lords, and we have a distinct stand on the subject. Apart from supporting what my learned colleagues have stated with respect to the the reconduct of the exam, my lords, I am also challenging the fact that 1563 students, my lords, were asked to sit for a retest on the 23rd of June. According to me, my lords, that classification or computation of 1563 students, my lords, is totally faulty. And I lay good my submissions on this, my lords. I'm in petition number 384, my lords, writ petition number 384. And if my lord comes to the notification dated the 5th of May, 2024, my lords, which is annexure P3 in my petition, my lords, 3.36 at 384 of 2024. This notification, my lords, crystallizes the problem that was faced on the day of the exam. And this is only one single solitary notification by the NTA, my lords, on the evening of the day of the exam, accepting the fact that only one center at Savai Madhopur, involving 120 students, my lords, was the cause for concern. Now, from the 5th of May, till the 6th of June, which is 2 days after the declaration of the results, my lords, from the 5th of May till the 6th of June 2024, there is not a single testimony by the NTA, my lords, in its website, which it keeps updating every day with respect to students who have been affected at the respective centers. The question I pose unto myself, my lord, is if, as on the date of the exam, the NTA came out with a figure of one center at Savai Madhopur involving 120 students alone, the question I ask unto myself, my lord, is after declaration of results on the 4th of June, how has the NTA come to compute the magical figure of 1563 students? That's one question, my lords. The second question is that I ask unto myself is, should in case this figure of 1563 students as put out by NTA be taken as genuine, then the next question that this honorable court will have to ask of them is, does the 1563 students constitute a particular area in these three names that have been spoken about? Or do the 1563 students, my lords, constitute from all over the country? If they constitute from all over the country, my lords, it is indeed a systemic failure on the part of the NTA, which they have brushed aside under the carpet deliberately, my lords, pulled wool over everybody's eyes. And had it not been for the outpouring of grievances that came from the students on the 4th of June, my lords, even this fact of 1563 would have been suppressed successfully. Now, with respect to the exam restricted to 1563 students, my lords, the question of law that I wish to point out to this honorable court, my lord, is if my lord has only for a moment the National Medical Commission Act.
The petitions challenging that have been dismissed by our court, right?
Sorry, my lords?
Petitions challenging the retest for the 1563
yes.
that they have been rejected by.
Yes, that could not have been done for those 1563 students. And the reason for that is, my lord, section 14. It has not been rejected. It was only said it will be heard later. Notices were issued.
That application is pending.
It is pending.
Notice on that application challenging the re-examination.
And tagged it along with the main issue, my lord. So the issue is still pending alive. It's simmering, my lords. If my lord now has only for a moment section 14 of the National Medical Commission Act, and my lord may just be permitted to help me. Yes, my lord, let us come. And may lord just be permitted to read this? Section 14, my lords. My lord is with me? It says there shall be a uniform national eligibility cum entrance test for admission to the undergraduate and postgraduate so and so exam. I only pause here for a moment, my lords. The fact that the statute specifies that there is only one exam, my lords, for the academic year 24-25. We have already seen two exams, my lords, one held on the 5th of May, 2024, and a retest, my lords, which has been done on the 23rd of June.
Now, technically speaking, my lords, if there is one exam that is contemplated by the statute, my lords, and this is the statute that governs this entrance exam, if there is one exam that is contemplated by this statute, my lords, then the very holding of a retest, whether it be 1563 or whether it be n number of students, my lords, the NTA does not have the power, would not have had the power, does not have had the power, my lords, to do a retest for the limited number of students that it has done on the 23rd of June. And insofar as the NTA
Yes.
Wait, please, ma'am. And insofar as the NTA could not have conducted the second exam with respect to the same academic year, my lords, the exam that the NTA has conducted on the 23rd of June, my lords, results of which were declared on the 30th of June, must be set aside, my lords. The third aspect that I wish The third aspect that I wish to bring forth before this honorable court, my lord, is I may not have come as on date, my lords, within the 50th percentile, but then the difficulty is this is of their own creation, my lords. When they introduce the examination system for NEET 24 on the 9th of February 2024, saying that there will be an exam held on the 5th of May, my lords, at no point of time in their initial dossier or notification do they come about that they will open a window. Now, when they opened this window on the 8th of April, giving a limited time frame between the 9th of April to the 10th, just 24-hour window between the 9th of April to the 10th of April to enroll students, as per our estimates, my lords, 24,000 and odd students have got onto the bandwagon of this exam. Now, imagine, my lords, imagine my plight. I'm a 12th class student who's been preparing for this exam right from class 8 onwards. Class 8, class 9, class 10, class 11, and class 12. 5 years of study have been spent for the opening of a window, which I comply, my lords, on up till the 16th of March 2024. What happens subsequently, my lords, is somebody for the betterment or who has some understanding with the NTA gets a window open on the 8th of April for the 9th and the 10th, unknown to all, This window is open, my lords, and let open at 10 in the night on the 8th of April. 10 in the night of the 8th of April, if a window has been opened, my lords, and 24,000 and odd students have got onto this bandwagon of this exam, my lords, the fact that today I do not have a good rank today is itself reason for the fact that, my lords, I have been trampled upon by 24,000 and odd students who have no business to be in this exam altogether, because they have not shown the they have not shown the vigilance required of them to have filled up the forms when the forms were first brought out up till the 16th of February, 16th of March. That's my submission.
Yes,
My lords, may I seek your permission to also address the issue of question number 19? We are contesting the fact that by deeming fiction, when the NT chose to say that.
Matter you appearing in that?
My lords, item number 4.
Item 4.
Yes, my lords. My lords, my submission is this. A question is set by the NTA that is ex facie ambiguous. The petitioner herein is a hardworking child who has got 711 marks. She is ranked 317. Apart from this ambiguous question, there is only one other question that she has gotten wrong. She was studying for 4 years. When she came across this question, she realized that the two NCERT books say two very different things. She knows
You didn't answer the question at all.
so she chose to not answer the question because outrightly she knows that this is an ambiguous question. And she also knows that the instructions of the question paper are extremely clear. They say that she can only answer one question.
By giving full marks to those who attempted question option 2 or option 4. Candidates who are good candidates who did not attempt the question.
Yes.
They don't get those 4 marks.
They don't. And
if you got the 4 marks, you would have gone up from 711 to 750.
I would in fact be in the top 100 marks of this examination, my lords. And currently I'm at rank 317. And this is going to, if in the top 400 marks, there's a difference of, let's say, 200 odd ranks, my lords can very well imagine what the ranking is going to look like for 108,000 students. This is going to affect the rank list entirely and completely. And my lords, the NTA tries to rely on their information bulletin, which says that if you come across a question that has 2 correct answers, you rely on one. But my lords, what they're forgetting is, I do not know till after the question paper whether they're going to treat the 2019 NCERT edition as the correct one or the one prior to it. I'm not aware of that. So therefore, I cannot make the determination that there are 2 correct answers. Therefore, I have no instruction. I cannot assume that the NTA is going to, after the exam, choose to say that it was right that you could have marked either of those. It is by deeming fiction that they decided that children have come and said that we are using books of our elder siblings and therefore we shouldn't be held responsible for it. We're using old editions. Please give us this grace mark. And then the NTA makes that decision. And therefore, if I cannot rely on any instructions that have been given to me, and I rely on the fact that this is ambiguous, I decide to not attempt the question because there is negative marking. I know that each mark in this question could mean hundreds of ranks for me. And again, I reiterate the fact that I have only one question wrong apart from this ambiguous question in my attempt. And I have done extremely well. Just to take my submissions forward, my lord, I will not hold my lords for very long. There is
just one question wrong apart from this one.
Apart from this, my lords. I am at rank 317 after the revised rank has come. I am likely to be in the top 100 ranks if I am given 4 marks and I go up to 715, and there will be others who will also move up in rank. My lords, may I just submit one thing? My primary prayer is that this question should be deleted and therefore everyone will be marked out of 716 marks or out of 179 questions. But in the alternate, my lord, if we were to go by the NTA's own rules, and therefore they are only supposed to consider what is in the newest edition of the NCERT as part of the syllabus, then those grace marks should not be offered. Then they should stick to the fact that only
Option 4 is the correct answer.
that only option 4 is the correct one, and then no one should get grace marks, and therefore the rules that they have themselves set can be met. And my lords, on my primary prayer though, can I just show my lords one judgment of this honorable court from 1983, my lords? My lords, it's 1983 for SCC 309.
What's the name of the case?
Kanpur University versus Samir Gupta, my lords.
At
Paragraph 18, my lords. And my lords, I'll briefly state the facts. This was
what is the principle which is laid down?
My lords, the principle was exactly this. This honorable court laid down that if prima facie it is determined that a question is ambiguous, then that question should not be considered as part of the examination, should be deleted and should not be marked upon at all. This was a question also relating to a medical examination. This case also related to a medical.
Yeah, the question is not ambiguous.
Yes, Your Lordship.
What they
Yes,
could
Lord-
have really,
Lordship.
what they could have really done was they could have said, look, only option 4 is the correct answer.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Because they got these representations saying that an earlier edition of the NCERT book has option.
Your Lordship, in 2019 itself, the change has been made, Your Lordship.
It was there. Earlier, the question, my lord, what they have stated on affidavit, Your Lordship, very clearly that 9 experts have finalized the answers thereafter. Thereafter, my lord, they have same line.
But
I'm arguing this.
Let us finish. Let us finish.
Yes.
So my lords,
So you are saying that, well, you should be given 4 marks. Alternately, if that is not possible, then delete that whole question for everybody.
yes, my lords. And if alternatively that is also not possible, then
Or treat option 4 as correct.
yes, because then
So at least then the number of people who will get that additional marks will be less.
Lords, you can see in the top 70, the people who've got 720, only 44 people will be deleted.
Your Lordship, there has been increase of 297% on rank 1 only because of this bonus marking that has been done by NTA.
My lords are well aware of that. That there is going to be a huge change in the ranking. 44 students who've got 720 is because of this question.
Your Lordship, there might be
44, right?
Yes.
Out of 61.
Your Lordship, if to consider that rank 1 is aiming to go to AIMS Delhi, if there are 50 odd seats, it is very highly not possible for even rank 1 students to get a admission in that seat, Your Lordship.
Specifically for the petitioner here in my lords, it's the difference between whether she gets into the top 2 colleges of this country or no.
So your alternate prayer is that, look, treat only option 4 as the correct answer.
As per your rules, and that is fine.
What do the rules say?
The rules say that the latest edition of the NCERT is going to be treated as the syllabus for NEET.
On the same point, the NCERT syllabus is very clear. It gives a rationalized textbook on its website. It says that the contents which are irrelevant in the present context, the present edition is a reformatted version after carrying out the changes given above. The present textbook uploaded in PDF form are rationalized textbooks. These was rationalized for the session 2022-2023 and will continue from 2023 to 2024. So, Your Lordship, this same fact has been stated in 2019 edition as well. So, if we are going backwards in 2018 and considering that a student who has studied in 2018 is giving the examination, so the student has to be aware of the latest developments that are taking place. Also, there have been circulation of fact that the study material provided by all these coaching institute, they themselves are referring to 2018 editions. I have certain copies, but Your Lordship, I'm not going on that fact. But the student has to be aware of the latest development that is taking place.
Arguing that either delete this entire question and grade all students out of 716.
Yes.
Alternately, if you're not doing that, then only option 4 should be treated as
Your Lordship, in my case, I have answered the question correctly. I have answered point for the option 4 as the right answer.
I'm saying that treat only option 4 as the
Yes, Your Lordship, because the question is not ambiguous, Your Lordship.
So the difference between your learned friend and you is she didn't answer the question at all.
Yes, Your
You
Lordship.
answered, but you answered correctly question
Yes, Your
4.
Lordship.
So you're both saying treat question 4 only as the correct
Yes,
answer.
Your Lordship.
In her case, the benefit will be that the number of people who get the 4 marks will be less.
Yes, sir.
In your case, you have answered the question.
Yes.
You want the exclusion of those who gave option 2. Right?
Yes.
To bring more clarity, my lord, Justice, I have filed an affidavit in this regard and I have clarified.
What did you answer?
I have correctly answered, my lord.
4 or option 2 or 4?
In my answer paper, the option 3 was correct. That is, there are
what did you answer? Which option did you give?
Correct answer I have answered, my lord. That is
correct means what? There were 2 correct answers now.
No, my lord. Only one correct answer was given in the, my lord, what happened here? Can I clarify? Only one.
Tell us, did you answer option 2 or option 4?
My lord, there are 4 options. I have correct, my lord. Correct.
You have answered 3.
Answer 3. That is correct one. That is correct one.
We are left with
That is, I can.
only 1 is left now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Four.
He says 4. He says
My lord,
Please, sir,
My lords,
if you give it to us, we might even come to the conclusion that option 1 was the correct option.
my lord, no, my lord, it is not. I have filed the document.
My lords,
Kindly give me 2 minutes, my lord,
let
to
me
clarify.
just clarify.
My lord, kindly 2
My
minutes.
lords, this question has different options are treated as
Sequence is
correctly
different.
because there are different question papers where this same question is a different question number, and then the options are also differently numbered.
Yes.
So therefore, for him, option 4 is option 3.
Yes. My lord,
Hence the confusion.
my lord, can I request, my lord?
The options that will change.
Yes, sir.
depending on
Option
the-
also. Correct.
Yes.
My lord, kindly see here.
So he's on the same.
He's on the same one as ma'am there.
Well, kindly see page number 13 of my additional paperwork, my lord. I have filed the documents on the record.
Maybe 3
I
is
have-
his case.
Yeah.
Question.
4 maybe that.
Four maybe 3. Yes, correct. My lord, kindly see one.
See, both your learned friends have done the arguing for you. Just sit, sail with them. That's
My
all.
lord, only one.
Let them push the oars. You'll be
That's
better,
well,
happier. You might actually
My lord, deletion,
create a problem for your case.
deletion would not be with, my lord.
Both your learned young friends have made very well.
Well, can I request only one thing, well, page number 19 and 20, we
You
have,
might spoil your case and their case as well.
no, this page number 19 and 20, my lord, we have filed the NCRT textbook also, where it has been mentioned that which is correct one. In 2023, my lord, the correct one has been mentioned. Therefore, my lord, the answer which was given earlier, first time published, is the correct answer.
Same, my lords. It's the same argument.
Same argument. That question 4 was the option 4.
It is in my case.
Item of option 3.
Yes, my
That's
lord.
what he's also then identical to what you are.
And my lord, ranking is very important factor, my lord. We our petitioners have got 700, 680, 682.
So this question 90 is a problem, and these are all genuine students because, see, the point is what your young friends have made a very powerful argument that they say that look, the instructions are that you must go by the latest version. Now, option 4 is admittedly, according to you, the correct version. You pick up that as your key.
Correct.
Now, you decided to accept option 2 based on the fact that the 2019 edition of the NCERT book had what is option 2. They are saying that, look, option 4 being the correct answer, both of them they are arguing basically on the same line. The first learned Ms. Suriti Chaudhary, she argues that, look, though I didn't answer it, don't give those who answered option 2 full mark. Your other, ma'am, what's your name?
Isha Singh.
Isha is arguing that, look, I answered that. How can you give somebody who answered option 2 full mark?
I've understood, my lord.
There, I think they may have a point. Actually.
They have the fallacy will be this, my lord. In the first argument, those who have not answered. My lord, incidentally, she happens to be a candidate who is falling within first 100, possibly.
But a possible answer to what Suriti argued, which is that if you don't answer the question, the assumption is that you don't know the answer.
Exactly. Otherwise, this benefit will go.
She argued.
Otherwise, this benefit will
To
go
which
to.
She argued that, look, as a responsible student, I found that there was an ambiguity, that question 2 and question 4, rather than get a negative mark, I decided not to answer.
I have understood, my lord, that submission, that argument of my learned friend. It's a very catchy argument. But suppose, my lord, she happens to be having 700 plus. But suppose I am having only 50 marks. And I did not answer because I did not know the answer. Then, my lord, if we go by the general rule that then delete all the answers, or those who were very confident and knew about the new rule.
Or her alternate argument, the first argument is that delete the entire question.
Yes.
The second alternate argument is that even if you allot questions, don't give me any marks. He said, I'm out on that question because I didn't attempt it. I didn't know. But give 4 marks only to those who gave option 4 as the correct answer. Because her argument is, okay, I don't get anything in this. But by giving 4 marks to those who give option 2, you are actually increasing the number of people who got full marks for that. That is the area which the alternate argument is something which is very important. They have argued.
I'll try and answer.
And even, my lord, they have changed the answer also subsequently.
And that is made very clear in the case of Ms. Isha's client, because there, it's unlike the first case, her client answers that question and answers correctly. So both these candidates will, if they are right, then the number of people above them will come down drastically. And
What we have considered is this, Manoj.
that's the point we have to consider. We'll hear you on this. That's the one point we'll have to consider.
Manoj, but otherwise, Manoj, my immediate answer is, we are not dealing with a situation where out of two, one answer is wrong and one answer is
So why did you
right.
actually, why did NTA eventually come to the conclusion that we will give full marks for option 2 also?
The reason is both were otherwise correct answers, the additions changed. So the confusion was logical.
Not be. Scientifically,
But-
biology is not
cannot be
possible.
a
How
logical.
can you say atoms, most elements of the atom are stable and then also say all are stable? It'll either be most
What
or
is the question? What is the question?
My lord, I'll just read it out. My lord's question number 19 says,
We take it right to the question on tort or criminal procedure, right? So we'll be able to understand it better.
my lord, it's actually, in terms of English construction, it is very straightforward.
Even though.
Two statements. Statement 1, just read it.
Statement 1, my lord, says that
Rashmi Mishra is very confident of this. Both of us don't have that confidence on this, but we'll see for the.
My lord, statement 1 says atoms are electrically neutral as they contain equal number of positive and negative charges. To this, there is no problem, my lords. This is fine. Statement 2 says atoms of
What is the
each
question?
element.
If you can read the question, please.
Question.
Oh,
That's the
oh,
question.
that's
This is
the
the
question. Okay.
Statement 2, atoms of each element are stable and emit their characteristic spectrum. Now, my lords, the interesting part is that as per the old NCRT, the answer is atoms of each element are stable and emit characteristic spectrum. As per the new NCRT, it says atoms of most of the elements are stable and emit characteristic spectrum. Now, if a student is looking at this and they know that the new one says most and the old one says each, it is not possible that both are correct. It can either be each or it can be most. Now,
Scientifically, the radioactive elements are not stable.
Therefore, they have given correct answer also.
The answer key said option 4 is therefore the correct answer.
yes.
And
Your Lordship, this was edited, this new edition came into 2019 itself.
Yes.
That atoms of most.
Addition. I have understood the problem.
But students, Mr. Solicitor, students are expected to read the new edition or the old edition?
New edition. That's the rule.
That's the rule. No?
That's
Yes,
So
that's
if the student relies on an old edition, how can that
he is also, my lord, not to be faulted. That's
No, but your rule says that you have to read the latest edition. Right?
23 says only item.
So by giving marks to option 2, you are in that sense going against your own rule, which says you must read the latest edition.
it's a
let me examine this. I have understood, my lord, the
Look at it,
question. There
because
is
a
a,
lot of students will be affected in the.
Lord, the 9 lakhs have given answer 4 to be correct.
Let's,
38,370.
See, those who have given 4 as correct are fine.
928 and
427.
4 lakh 20,000.
Just tell us, Mr. Solicitor, what are the figures?
Lord, only as per the old book, the candidates who have given answer is 4,20,773.
That is option 2.
Yes.
And option 4?
And new 9,28,379.
9,28,000.
379.
So if you take only option 4 as the correct answer, these 9,28,379 will get full marks for that question.
which we've already.
So 4 lakh, them already got.
Internal
But 4,20,000 students will get
from the right risk.
either
Negative.
0 or a negative mark.
Minus.
Negative mark. They will get the negative mark.
5 marks difference.
That's why in
They will make a
totality,
difference of 5 marks.
5 marks.
So they will lose their 4 correct marks
And
they'll get one negative mark.
Your Lordship, what is surprising?
My lords, therefore, when we want to find an equitable solution. Sorry.
Lord, we received, I'm sorry. We received representations from poor families that we used our siblings' book or we didn't have new editions, etc., etc.
Surprising is the older edition, which may have the newest edition 2019 already has that the most elements are stable and emit characteristic spectrum. But what is surprising is the old booklet, that is 2018 or backward, is not even available in the market, Your Lordship.
No, that is available.
I tried to find out what is the older version. From where will I get it? The books are not available. If a child is reading their older siblings' books, so I don't know when did they pass out.
The books are passed down, my lords. That's the reason, and most importantly, it's the reason that a lot of there may be
Older versions are.
older version.
I will not join issue. They have some case, my lord, we will examine.
Lordship, I am a student from EWS. And I have the...
Obviously. The problem is, suppose we accept their argument and we say that anybody who answered option 2 shouldn't get any marks. None of those students are here.
It's the problem.
My lords, we just say
it would reshuffle
5 marks. 5 marks, a very substantial difference.
4 plus 1.
Somebody who makes, because 44 out of 61 students,
and those
get,
who have,
all those 44 students will not only go down from 720, they'll get from 720, they'll go come to 715.
Yes.
And those who have not answered, not because they were brilliant, but because they were not answering, they would be benefited.
In the sense that those who answered option 2 will go out of the phrase.
My lords, if we were to do this equitably,
Mr. Solicitor, the way your answers are framed, answer 2 is both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Right? That means both are correct. 4 is statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. You couldn't have treated both as correct answers.
Yes, Your Lord.
1 and 4.
Your Lord.
2 and 4. 2 and 4.
Let me examine.
Just examine. Because you have to take either option 2 or option 4. How can we
both can't be true?
Both can't. They can't survive. They can't exist.
Prima facie, that appears.
they can't. My lords,
With my lord's kind permission,
In item 3.
with my lord's kind permission, may I beg to appear in item number 3.21?
One option is mutually exclusive.
Yes. One is saying yes, other is saying no. It is clear case of the ruling out.
Your Lordship, the provisional answer key had option 4 as the right answer.
Right.
It was only subsequent to the challenge by 13,000 odd students that the expert committee tend to change the answer.
Because of the older edition.
Yes, Your
it's by
Lordship.
deeming.
The change is not because 2 is also correct.
No.
But because 2 was what was shown in an older edition.
Yes, Your Lord.
May be correct also. We do not know, my lord. Right now, I can't say, my lord.
Your Lordship.
My lord, signed.
Technically, my lord.
Yeah.
It's not our subject. Maybe it is correct. It may be.
The experts.
Yes. Do we have the report of the expert also?
Mr. Solicitor, did the experts say that actually 2 is the correct answer?
I have not seen, my lord. I must.
What they said.
Initially, first answer key has shown option 2 only correct, sir. It is the difference of the question number. And later on, 2 options of the revisions.
All right, now
My
you have
lord-
heard everybody on this.
There is one. There is
Have
one.
the expert committee.
Let's see the expert.
My lord, there is one issue of Meghalaya students where 2 centers, the papers were wrongly distributed. And then by the time the right question papers were distributed, around 40 to 1 hour time was lost. Now in their written submission, the NTA says at 17 July written submission at page 21, paras 21, my lord, they say that factual reports from city coordinators of Joy and Riboi, which are in Meghalaya, have established that loss of time was compensated for all appearing candidates.
Lord, this is incorrect because in my case, these students have come up, they made representation that loss of time was there.
Just one
and
second.
3.34, Lord. I'll just.
Lord, separately considered. But I'll examine.
Uh,
My lord, I'm at serial number 2.3.
my lords,
Sawal. Okay. Both answers cannot be correct. As a layman, let me.
No, the statement 2 can't be correct because the radioactive element is not stable.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So the correct answer would have to be 4.
And it's submitted 3.
Yes, yes.
Very from paper to
So possibly the earlier books mentioned a wrong answer.
They mentioned the wrong answer.
That's
And it can't be that both answers are treated as correct because there is an internal inconsistency between option 2 and option 4. One can't survive with the other.
Exactly. That's
Both
what
can
I say.
survive together.
That as a layman, I feel both can't coexist. Both can't be true.
You see, normally you take two options as correct, where possibly both options are the correct answer. Now, in a situation like this, there is obviously an internal inconsistency between option 2 and 4. Both can't survive together. That's the problem. But I'll tell you what is worrying us also. I mean, that now 4,20,000 students have got the benefit of what you have done.
And based upon the book printed and continued to remain printed.
You don't have much of a case because your rules say that when you have to go by the
Yes, sir. Yes, your lordship.
I think there is no such rule, my lord. I am told, subject to verification.
We'll just check that out. You can also sit with the officers in the evening and tell us.
I will.
I appear in 3.30.
In 3.34, my lord, in the
To make a short submission.
where the writ petition was filed by the students. 3.34, my lord, if my lord may kindly have. The students of Jovai and Riboi.
So you got the wrong question paper.
Wrong question paper. Then they were right question papers were circulated, which resulted in a time lag of.
But according to the NTA, the loss of time was compensated, no?
Lord, that is what I wanted to show. We were not given any compensatory marks, nor we were permitted to appear in the re-examination which was conducted for 1,563 students. And if my lord may kindly have my additional documents, IA number 133878 of 2020.
Lord, Mr. Solicitor, this is a slightly different case. You can take instructions.
I am 3.20.
3.34. My learned solicitor.
I am appearing 3.3 and
3.16. I want to show two pages just.
Now, what is your grievance?
It is regarding Manoj that we say that a re-NEET should be happen, Manoj.
Sorry?
A retest should be happen, Manoj. Grievance is that, Manoj.
On what?
On Manoj, I have 2 pages, Manoj.
Now,
my IA.
Tell us how many lawyers are asserting a retest should be happening now? No, apart from those who have argued. So, those who are saying a retest should be happening, give us a one-page, half-page written submission on why the retest should happen.
Yes,
email it to the court master by this evening. All right. Those who are saying a retest should happen, not those who have argued in the court, right? Those who have argued in the court, you need not submit your written submissions. Those who additionally want to supplement half a page, you can give us.
Just one. There is one.
I say one thing more.
All right.
There is one graph.
With my lord's kind permission, I'm in 3.21.
There is one graph I want to show, Manoj.
So what graph?
The graph of the students, comparative graph of what was the test results, Manoj, between 2023 and 2024. There is a graph which, Manoj, the graph earlier was that it achieves a peak and it dies down, Manoj.
Right.
Now it is not like that. It is like it is achieving a peak, then it is going like this, Manoj.
Right.
Then coming to
that he showed.
Yes.
Friend showed.
And then, Manoj, there is one also secondary argument, Manoj. There was a news report which says there was CCTV missing, CCTVs which were there, which should be there, were missing. There were unguarded strong rooms, and which was found in an independent review of this, Manoj, by a third party, Manoj. So what was happened, Manoj, it is like 40% of the exam centers, there were no CCTVs, there no guard at the
has been made. All right.
Lordship, permit me to mention something more than this.
Why don't you mention it in your
Lordship, today morning itself, I received some documents from my client. I did not file anything, but this is something more than that. I appeared in the examination. As per the matching of the answer sheet sent by the NTA, I obtained 561 marks. When NTA sent a result to me, then I obtained only 353 marks. When, as per my Lord's order, they uploaded the entire result, I obtained 461 marks. That is much more than that, my lord. No, it is not listed, my lord, because today itself I received all these things. So please, my lord, I have this, my lord. I have
not even filed a
It's only today morning.
We have not even filed a matter. What do we take cognizance?
I could not file because itself today morning I received all these things.
You file something, we'll then deal with it. You can't just take up matters like this.
These are 3-4 papers, Lordship, if may see.
Look, anybody who has...
And I belongs to a OBC candidate, my lord.
Anybody who has individual grievances, you may communicate your grievances. What we'll do is, we are hearing the broader issue here. Any individual grievances, we'll we'll hear that separately, you know.
Milos, 3.5.
One prayer is left out in item number 3.16. I have prayed, first prayer is re-need. Alternate prayer is, my lordships, forensic background check of the successful candidate.
All right, that will...
Milos, 3.25 is a little different because we are saying that the no re-need should not happen.
Sorry?
This is for a group of students from Maharashtra, Milos, 3.25.
And you are saying there should be no re-need?
No re-need, yes.
So you have to be on this side?
Yes, yes.
So what is your argument, Ms. Dave, as to
The main argument is that this will create severe hardship to the students' hard work who have put in this effort not only since 8th till 12th, which is almost 4 to 5 years. Many students have also taken drop and prepared for this examination. And also, my lords, if we see the timeline, the process of registration started on 9th of Feb. The exam happened in May. The results came in June. So this will also entail them to again come back to this entire timeline and again draw back their procedure. So, my lords, we have certain submissions on that no re-need will be huge hardship for the students.
How many students are in the same boat as Ms. Tanvi Dubey, who said there should be no retake? Or let me have... anyway,
Milord, my lord, I want to say one thing, Milord, in my matter, Milord.
That's the point.
I say, Milord, I have not attempted the question for the reason, Milord, because there was double answer, Milord. So because of, Milord, apprehensions of negative marking, I have not attempted, Milord. So I have filed an IA to that effect, Milord.
Virendra Kumar Sharma.
Please, my lord.
What is your contention?
My contention is, Milord, I have not attempted the questions, Milord, for the reason because there were two.
Question 19.
And I may get negative marking, Milord.
Question 19.
Yes, my lord.
Then that's same as your learned friend Ms. Sukriti Chaudhary didn't answer the question.
So I say, Milord, full marks is to be given, though I have not attempted because of the apprehension, Milord.
That we have heard already. We have heard
total. My lord,
and there is one more IA, Milord. There are two IA, Milord.
What is your client's total mark?
Sorry, Milord?
How many marks did your client get totally?
Milord, total marks, Milord, I got, Milord, 654, Milord. 654, Milord. 6.
So you will get 658.
Yes, man.
My lords, in item 3.21, may I be permitted to say?
And one more application, Milord, one more application.
Senior advocate, she is online where she's trying to make a submission. The issue is slightly different.
Yes, Ms. Gupta.
My lords, my case is a standalone matter. I am seeking retest and parity with the 1,563 students who've been permitted retest due to lack of loss of time. I suffer from hypohidrosis, which is extreme sweating of palms and sole. I was not permitted to take the handkerchief despite the fact it is not a banned item. Even in my OMR sheet, I could not fill my roll number properly. Lordship may kindly have page 41 of the PDF.
It will be a complete retest.
Yes, but that's because I lost my time in that because my OMR sheet, my roll number was wrongly mentioned. And then they put the white fluid, and then every time the video will show that I was not permitted. When I make a representation, they don't decide it. This code directs and they say there was no ban on getting the handkerchief. But still I was not permitted. I was carrying my medical certificate. Because of that excessive sweating, my bubbling was, my pen was moving because of the sweating. I couldn't do proper bubbling.
All right.
It's a totally standalone case.
All right. So now we'll close the arguments on this side.
Deeply obliged.
May I mention item 3.24?
May I mention filed IA regarding that question only? Completely different aspect. May I mention one IA regarding that question only, that has come in the office report only, listed for today also, but it was not in the cause list. My IA may also be considered on the similar lines.
Item 3.34.
Lord, can I mention?
Lord, may I mention item 3.24?
In item 3.33.
My lord, in item 1, I am saying NTA officials are involved.
Lord, sir.
Lord,
No?
Lord, may I? May I have kind permission to mention item 3.24, my lord? Please.
One has submitted and the NTA. My lord, item 1 is a completely different.
Possible option which we have for that question 19 is that we can appoint, you just take instructions, we can appoint right now, we can ask the director IIT Delhi to appoint a board of experts. They'll take 5 minutes to give us a correct answer, right? And from the Department of Chemistry. And by tomorrow evening, they can tell us which is the correct answer.
Lords, may I respond 10:30 tomorrow? Let me just examine if there is a possible solution. Otherwise, my lords.
But that direction would imply that my argument for Neet is gone.
No, that is without prejudice to your this is on this argument which these people are making. We are considering that. We are going to hear arguments on the other side. Otherwise, what happens is, after we decide that, then again to do this exercise will be too long. So simultaneously, we can do both.
But I can leave it to your lordships. But I can otherwise respond at 10:30 minutes.
Was there a will you just put it up?
Stealing the channel.
That's what I said.
My lord, it may not, I'm suggesting, I will either way not difficulty. Instead of a committee, it can even be a one person. My lord, that's all. This is not something great.
Minutes for
an expert, it can't take one.
Question number 19 at the Neet. The following question, do not give the number.
Yes, because it could change one.
Only question.
On atoms in physics, sir.
Question, yeah.
Q3.
Questions.
Q3.
One of the questions at the Neet UG 2024 examination read as follows. Colon. ये PDF page.
They have the.
My lords, in item 4, it's the question is at page 22, if that assists my.
Page 33, page 33. Page 33.
You'll have to give the number of the matter so that.
Page 23, my lords.
Page 23.
Yes. And the question is at page 24.
Yeah. Printed page 23.
Yes.
We not say what they have done. In order to resolve the issue, As indicated above, comma, four options were indicated in the question as framed, of which students had to select one option as their answer. Full stop. In order to resolve the issue as regards the correct answer to the above question, comma, we are of the considered view that an expert opinion should be sought from IIT Delhi. Stop. We request the director of IIT Delhi to constitute.
Any senior professor of the subject, Malad. I think it's physics paper.
Physics. Which also have interrelations to
Director at IIT Delhi to constitute a team of, let there be a team of 3 experts. Because a team of 3 experts who would be in a position, who may, of the subject concerned, to stop. The expert team constituted by the director is requested to formulate its opinion on the correct option for the above question and to remit its opinion to the registrar, to the Secretary General of this court, preferably by 12 noon on
23rd.
The Registrar General is requested to communicate a copy of this order to the Director IIT Delhi so that expeditious action.
Today itself.
Today itself, so that expeditious action can be taken. Expeditious steps for the preparation of the opinion and be taken as stated above.
Let's also add that this was without prejudice to the contentions of the other side. Otherwise, it will be deemed to mean.
But we need not tell IIT Delhi that it is without prejudice.
In the order, man. In the order.
Look, let's not confuse the academic experts by all these linguistic excursions without prejudice. This is an understanding. We have told Mr. Huda that for us it's without prejudice.
Shall we place
if we decide a retest for the entire nation, then this
goes.
But instead of deciding that first, then making a reference, we'll do it simultaneously.
Shall we place our report before them if they need any?
No,
let them. That's why we have not even said, what happened, etc. Because then they'll get confused on what exactly. Let them give us that one correct answer.
Can I mention minutes? All right, we have filed 6 intervention application in 369 petition number. That may be allowed and we may be permitted to file a short submission.
Yes.
Grateful.
Grateful, my lord.